Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk. Wherever you are in the world, it's guerrilla cricket, and it's day 4 of the first test, and my mic's not working very well, which is really annoying. England should wrap this up pretty quickly, I'd have thought. New Zealand are effectively 4 for 6. Daryl Mitchell was the last recognised batsman there, and hopefully England will wrap it up. We'll be home by midnight. I'm joined on my left by not Fred. How are you, mate?
I'm good. All looking forward to a short evening's work, hopefully.
And all the way from Melbourne, we got Mog. How are you, mate?
Here for a good time, not a long time.
Well, that's what we're hoping. It's Saturday night. It's time for a party, isn't it? All that shit, you know. Well, it's probably not Saturday night for you, is it? Sunday morning.
Not anymore.
It's Sunday morning. Sunday morning. That's the Velvet Underground song.
Yeah.
Anyway, what do we reckon's going to happen today?
Well, you never know, but the best really hope for New Zealand, you would think, is if they manage to scrape 120 or 150 lead and perhaps try and put some pressure. The wicket doesn't look like it's breaking up at all, so you wouldn't think that would be enough, but at the moment that looks pretty much about the best they can do.
Yeah, the wicket is pretty flat, it has to be said. The odd one is doing a little thing, but that's about it really. And yeah, if you can just wheedle out these last 4 wickets. I guess Daryl Mitchell is the key here. Get him out early, and hopefully, I mean,
yeah, and I hope
Saudi
they do
can
try
hit a long ball.
I do hope they try and get him out, and it's not the case of just playing that tedious cricket where they give singles to the batsman and try and go at the bloke at the other end. try and take wickets.
I think they should, yeah, and hopefully they will. Certainly, I mean, you're coming out first thing in the morning, the ball's pretty old, it has to be said. But still, it's doing the odd thing, and a batsman's got to get in.
Yeah.
So, you've got 3 or 4 overs at the top of the day where you've got as good a chance as any of getting a quick wicket. And if you can get one at the state of the game, it could all be over very quickly. What's the weather like down in Victoria? Are you in summer yet? Are you in spring?
We are officially in summer as of today,
Okay.
1st of December.
They've got it all wrong.
Yeah, I can't see the weather from here, so
Okay. Is it hot?
it's all right.
Is it hot?
Not hot yet. No, it's
No?
been fucking humid as balls the last week or so, and that's worse.
Ugh, that's grim. That's grim. I don't know what we need Messi to find out what the weather is in New Zealand, but it looks quite sunny. Yesterday it was reasonably sunny, but it topped out at about 18 degrees. So
That's a hot day in New Zealand.
well, yeah, it's very much like English climes, isn't it? But yeah, we shall have to see what we do. We had a winner at the GPL yesterday.
Yeah, who won it?
Gavin. Someone's going to have to go and get the door. You're going to have to go and get the door. A Canadian. We thought it might be Annie. Annie Forsyth, not Annie. What's going on here?
Is that the only other Canadian you know?
Well, no, we are. Obviously, I think we do have Canadians, but she's the obvious one that comes to mind. But it wasn't her. When I sent him over, it's 113 or 18 pounds he won. It's not a bad little thing. So the
That is in
GPL
Canadian dollars.
was about 206, I think.
Loonies. Do they call them loonies?
I have no idea. No idea what. I thought they were just Canadian dollars.
Well, they are, but they've got to have a nickname.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, teams are coming out. The sky is blue, and I don't know who will get the first over. It'll be Bryden Carr. I can't remember who bowled the last over yesterday, to be honest. I think it was Wout. Which means it might be Carth at the other end. I thought Carth bowled really well yesterday. Pretty aggressive.
He's got a nip about him, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he'll be useful in Australia if we're going down that well-worn path.
Let's worry about where we are at the moment.
Everything seen through a lens of Australia, Fred.
No, he's not played very much recently. He missed virtually the whole of the English domestic season. Not because he was injured, because he was banned. So he should be fresh. There should be plenty of overs in him. He's not somebody you would think they need to rest.
No.
Even though they do, because why not? It's going to be Stokes.
Stokes he's going to open up. I'm going to give him the long jingle. Because, sense one's better.
Got up in Stokes, and he called me a oh, if I'd only seen that Ben Stokes was so mean, and he
What?
They just showed David Gow ringing the bell.
Yeah,
he did
I
it
know.
right-handed.
Yeah, true. Yeah. One of you writes right-handed, and
I think he is. He's one of those who's
I bowl
who only
left-handed.
bats left-handed.
I write
I'm led to
right-handed.
believe he
bowl
only
left-handed.
rings bells right-handed.
Yeah.
Everything else is
Well.
left.
Well, Daryl Mitchell was extraordinarily slow towards the end of the day as well. He basically decided he wasn't going to score any runs and be here in the morning, which I thought was not the wisest tactic, really. He still want to try and score runs. Anyway, he will get a jingle after this first ball, which is down the leg side. And there is no run. This man is at the crease.
Son of an old black Fernie and Peep Show wrote that book. Oh, Daryl, not David Mitchell.
And at the other end is...
batsman quaking at the crease. They fear the moment of release. Nathan Smith has got the power. He makes the sweat drip like a shower.
Oh, yeah. Stokes is in. Oh, that's off the shoulder of the bat. It's gone to Brooks, who's at about third slip. There's only 2 slips in there, and it's spread out between about 1 and 3. Pretty close in field everywhere else. That was a decent delivery.
Smith has got a really New Zealand moustache, hasn't he? Moustache and hair
oh
combo.
yeah, totally. Well, he's got
You just saw
a
a
mullet
pic-
and a slug.
Well, you just saw a poster of him. You'd say he's from New Zealand. You know,
Absolutely.
what is it about? Do they not have many barbers of note?
I don't know. Clearly, that's the style. You know, it's through the Pope, and there is no run left alone by Daryl Mitchell.
Same question could be asked of Ben Stokes. He's a New Zealander as well.
Well,
Why hasn't he
yeah.
had a proper shave.
No,
A ginger atrocity is growing on his face.
Yeah, but beards are so much better than moustaches. It has to be said.
There is a crowd in.
Yeah, there's been a crowd in
I
every
mean,
day. It's been
considering the day could be pretty short. I don't know whether they bought the tickets in advance, but it is.
Well, they did.
It is
They
a
were-
warm Sunday morning.
they were coming out to see that all-conquering side of India, weren't they?
Right.
That's again 2 down the leg side, dropped by Pope, but nothing
Well,
on it anyway.
yeah, there's a
Through
leg
the keeper,
slip
no
in,
run.
so he may actually be aiming for a leg stump.
Well, that's very true, but not that far down leg stump, I don't think. Looking for the one on leg stump that just clipped round a corner in a sort of blasé way, as batsmen tend to do.
Blasé.
Alright. Might have to go under for the fall of the first wicket for Ed, of course.
You say you might have to.
I've done a lot of betting on this test, it has to be said. Stokes is going to come in to bowl the 5th ball of this over. It's just knocked into the leg side, and Daryl Mitchell will stroll down the other end and get a single.
Yeah, this brings Smith on to strike. What's his batting prowess like?
Apparently he's not that bad.
In first class, he does have 100. Average of 27. So
He's not too
for
bad.
number 8, I suppose that's.
He's a good number 8.
We do talk about the value of a number 8.
Yeah, we do.
When I say we, it's mostly Gary.
Well, of course it's just Gary. That's turned into leg side, straight to the man. Oh wow! Straight to the man at mid wicket. Didn't get there very quickly, but he didn't seem to hair off down the track either, and pick up on a better throw. Had it hit stumps, might have been interesting.
Yeah,
but
it might
he
have
missed.
been. And it's odd that he was looking to take a single off the last ball.
Yeah, true.
So it's not evidence of.
Was that his first run though? No.
No, it wasn't. Not evidence of great thinking there.
Looking to get off the mark this morning. Over to you, Mog. I'm going to play this, I think, aren't I?
Yes, you are.
I am. I'm going to play this one.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Richard Milgate coughs up €2 and says, I would have preferred the game to last 5 days.
It's tricky. I don't mind a
New Zealand
5-day
moments.
test, Richard, but the problem is I'm up all bloody night. And that does
For
actually
this
get...
time zone, it's not great.
Yeah, it gets a bit wearing, to be honest.
Hector's also joined us from the ground. He says it's much warmer and very sunny down there today.
Nice.
Kat Martin's here, Jonathan Shorland, Mayank, Dara Azizi, Muttley, Wolf, Pirate Badshaw, Racing Rant, Neyman, and Kieran Roseblade.
Right, the bowler from the other end,
Ah, well.
who we should jingle up, is the chap we thought who might have bowled the
The
last
first
over.
one.
Stick your hopes of victory up the broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Brighton comes a calling, all your players will be balling. Stick it all right up your Brighton cast.
First ball. Short. Down the arse.
Down the arse
Post.
cast.
Yep. And there is no run. Has he got a leg slip? Didn't see.
Yes, I think he has.
Ah, okay. That would make sense then. It's pretty inept. That was terrible, David.
Wait, he's holding it in the wrong place. That
Well, exactly. It's just rubbish.
Don't they
It's
give
not-
them some sort of training before they send them
not
out?
great
to do
bell technique.
No.
And there's another ridiculous haircut by his co-commentator. Who's that?
No idea.
God.
He's a Kiwi of
that?
some
Some New
description.
Zealander.
Cast is in. That's better delivery.
Not just a
No
leg
run.
slip, but
Just
also a
defended.
short leg.
Ah, right.
So even if they're not planning to dig one in short at him, it's something that he's going to be fearing, perhaps. from a man on his Test debut. Probably hasn't faced a lot of really speedy bowling in his life.
Well, it's a no ball. Had a lot of those in this Test. At least we haven't taken a wicket with one yet, though, which is a good thing.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's very flat out there. What's the story?
It is pretty flat. What, the wicket, you mean?
No, I mean the run-ups and the...
I don't know, they've had problems with the footholds all day. Well, that's a beautiful shot. It's full, and Smith just punched that up inside mid-on. It was running out of steam, but it did finally make its way to the boundary. And we'll start off with one of these.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
And it's considering he might have been expecting a short one, he did well to get forward to that and drive it well. So
How are you playing for Worcestershire or something this summer?
who is?
This dude.
Smith.
Yeah. Oh, that's edged, but down and through what is 2 out of 4 slips between the two, and it's gone down to the third man boundary. 4 runs. Shit, I forgot to put a bet on, didn't I?
and she. It's me, and she.
Let's get into this. Don't want to be leaking runs this quickly. It bowls it hard, but I'm coming to really like Cass. I was very sceptical when he picked him for Pakistan. I've seen him bowl pretty quick, but also get hit for quite a lot in ODIs.
Different sport.
Yeah, it is a different sport.
Getting hit for a lot in this over too.
Well, he has, but he looks threatening in this. He's up to the crease now. Bowls short, and Smith makes sure he gets inside it. He goes through the pope, and there's no run.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they've charged full price to get in, or whether they're letting people in for free or something. Because considering the game could be over in 20 minutes, it seems like a decent crowd.
Well, I think the Test was sold out
in advance.
In advance, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe they have. I doubt there are cheaper tickets on day 4, though, are there? But
sometimes when it looks like the next day's not going to be much cricket, they.
Well, if they have the rules of 20 overs, I hope that the Kiwis can last long enough that 20 overs are bowled, I guess. That's short and outside the off stump, left through Smith through to Pope, and there is no run. 1 ball left in the over because we had a no ball.
Yeah, 15 for 6 net, the New Zealanders. And they'll be kicking themselves because they had so many chances to take wickets in the England's first or only innings to date, and you can't really account for drop catches. Just something that happens. Every team's dropped some catches.
That one's short again and well defended by Smith. Out towards the covers. There is no run. Ends the over. Over to you, Mog.
Have another one of these things.
Yes. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No, you meant super chat.
That's an unusual.
Yeah, that was an unusual super chat. Yeah.
Richard Milgate pops up again and says, "I said 5 days as it's great to work to and listen."
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Richard.
Those euros.
And a good 5-day test is a great 5-day test. I can't complain about that. Who's out?
Kieran Roseblade.
Ditch is waiting in the wings.
Ditch, you couldn't grab me the last punk Brewdog Hazy Jane out of the fridge, could you, and deposit it to me? That'd be lovely. Daryl Mitchell is facing up. Ooh, that's fucking edged. Soft hands, went down into the ground, but they've got this third slip thing going on, and it's gone through second slip, isn't it? Which means it's gone down the boundary for 4 more runs. Marvellous. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you very much, Ditch.
Yeah, he might not even have stopped it. It was going pretty quick off it, but it wouldn't have carried in a million years.
No.
But it is a bit odd having a 1.5 slip and a 3.5 slip.
Yeah.
That other commentator is Shane Bond.
Shane Bond. Oh.
I thought he had blonde hair.
He was
maybe
quick.
He was quick. I think of Sean Tate. I don't know. That one is defended out to the covers by Mitchell. There is no run.
Shane, Sean, all the same, these Antipodean names.
Don't think he was ever blocked.
He looks vaguely monkish if he turns his head sideways. Because it looks like he's
Got a
been
big
shaved at the temples. Look at that, it's ridiculous.
Oh,
It's the height of fashion in New Zealand. And 1842 or something.
little monk haircuts. Right, Stokes is coming in to bowl to Mitchell. He gets on top of that, rise the bounce. Doesn't time it very well, but it goes out to a vacant mid wicket. And I get through for a single.
What do you think's the minimum they have any chance of defending in the 4th innings?
I don't think 150 is enough. 200, maybe another 180 runs, I reckon.
Long way away.
Long way away. Possible. Darryl Mitchell has put us to the sword many a time. Smith
Yeah, an
could
incredible tour of England, didn't he?
Yeah. Kept scoring hundreds for fun, didn't
Yeah.
he? Him and Blundell bloody kept stopping us at every turn.
I was talking to a New Zealander yesterday, and he didn't give a rat's about this game because they beat India. So
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of them
it's
feel like
secondary.
that. Yeah, but it's always hard to use at home. That's short. Good short ball. Smith ducks inside it and underneath it.
At what point did he say that? When they were already looking down the barrel?
Yeah.
Or before?
It was before the game actually started. So
Oh, right.
I'm sure they
had
say.
started yesterday. He was lamenting all the dropped catches.
Well, yeah. I mean, they'd have probably had a good innings lead, but they, as Fred said, that happens all the time. Look, England dropped some really important catches in Pakistan, and they weren't profligate in dropping 6 or 7 in an innings, but even those one drop catches cost them. Attempted pull by Smith. I'm not sure if he got bat on that. It just came off the thigh pad anyway. It's wendled its way down to long leg, and they'll get 1 run. Not sure if it went to the batsman or not, to be honest.
But what do you do about drop catch? I mean, you can
Well, you
practice
can't do
catching
anything
all your
about
life, but but there's nothing you can do about it.
No,
Really.
and you just got to put it behind you and go, well, that's not going to happen next test. I mean, they were fantastic catching catching everything in India.
Yeah, so it's just
Try the Uday Hussein method of beating people's feet until they take it.
it's,
well-
not in the MCC coaching manual. I
No.
don't think.
Well, Stokes in, defended by Mitchell.
And I'm not sure
No,
Uday
no,
Hussein
no.
was an MCC registered coach. I may be wrong. If anyone has some information on the Iraqi cricket team, maybe Kato or something like that.
Yeah,
You
it might do.
remember, yeah.
Did they have a cricket
For
team?
the right
Probably.
amount of money, you can have any kind of certification you want.
Yeah, that's true as well. That's presumably the end of the over because they've cut to adverts. Either that or it's just TNT being
Oh,
shocking.
it is, yeah, it is the end of the over. And
Well, time to play the Super Chat jingle.
I'm going to play this one.
Super Chat! A super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super Chat, Super Chat, Super Chat!
Jake Rover has ponied up 5 of your English pounds, saying just putting the pasta on and hearing a worryingly large amount of 4 jingles through the wall.
It's all right, Jay. It's okay, Jay. They're only leading by 21. It is annoying, and Mitchell is there, and I do worry that these two could stick on a 100 partnership. I think England would still win if that happened, but that's through to the keeper.
Bear channeling his inner Hendo.
Well, not because I don't think we'll win. It's just, that whole
You wanna
thing
get to
about
bed?
I want to. Yeah, I quite like it to. Well, I mean, this is it. I quite like it to end by tea. Tea seems all right at sort of 2:30 in the morning. I can handle that. It's the last session every day that's the killer. It's the one from 3 till 5:30. It's like, ugh.
It really starts to bite into you.
Yeah, it does. I mean, staying up till 3, that's quite doable, Short, punched into the offside by Nathan Smith. Get himself a single. I think I went under 174 and a half, Fred.
Oh dear.
I think I've got about
Not
a run
much
to play with.
The wicket looks completely benign.
Flat. Yeah, it is. Well, I mean, this is it. This is why I think you know, they could quite easily knock up 120, 150 here. They got some hitters down here. And then, you know, I think England would knock it off. The wicket is as flat as a fucking pancake. And the only time it's swung is in the morning in the last 2 days when basically it's been overcast. When it's not overcast, it doesn't really swing. That's in full and into the pads. Nicely played by Smith. Oh, there's no one down there at long on, of course. So it's chased by that Wokes, I think.
Yep.
And they'll get back for an easy 3. Well, that's me out. 176 for 6. Lead of 25.
Some you win, more you lose.
Reflect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what the plans are at the moment. We did see a leg slip and a short leg in when Stokes was bowling. As you said at the start of the day, I think, you know, the first few overs break off.
Short, a bit down the arse, and there's no run. I mean,
It's short, you know, the first few overs of the day, you've got a chance of people's feet not moving and you know, having to play themselves back in. Classic dismissals, you know, caught behind, caught in the slips. But they haven't really gone for that, have they?
no. Well, this is it. I think it's partly to do with the fact that the ball's 50 overs old as well.
Yeah.
You know, there's not a lot of life left in the ball, and it's hard work on this surface with an old ball.
It's not like the new ball has been hooping.
No, it's not. But obviously, it just slips through a little bit quicker. You get a bit sharper bounce and stuff like that. These kookaburras, as we know, they soften up. It's going around the wicket now, Cast. Oh, now that's a good delivery. That's into the rib cage of Smith. Actually played it pretty well, actually, and got it down. There is a short leg, but he got it down in front of short leg.
There's a short leg, but no leg slip, you would have thought.
Well, no, this is more
one that comes off the glove.
Yeah, this is, well, yeah, but would it carry to a leg slip? It comes off the glove. That's why he's there, isn't it?
He gets decent carry, Cast, you would have thought.
That was a good ball, nice ball, well played actually. I thought
It's just that awkward length, this sort of armpit.
yeah.
Hard to keep down.
Cast around the wicket, into the pitch, ducks under this one, through to the keeper, and there's no run. And that's the end of the 53rd. Over to you, Mark.
No more super chats. Come on.
No.
Rich Turner says, good evening. With you for the first hour because work. Thank you for all of yours on this game. Great entertainment as always.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We love you.
Mick Thale says, not sure how I feel about all the cricket being on TMT. Despite being 34 years old, I've only ever freeloaded off my dad's Sky Sports account.
Yeah. It becomes, I found out I was paying like 100 and... I paid Sky a shitload of money. And then I was sorting out my wife's new contract on her phone, and they were like, "But EE own BT," and they're like, "You know, you're paying £110 a month for Wi-Fi and TNT on your TV." I was like, "What?" I thought it was about 57 quid both for both. Defended back down the track, and there's no run. It's like double what I thought I was paying. I was like, "Shit."
How many years was that? They've got you probably a couple of years.
About a year, probably. I thought it's on a 2-year contract not that long ago, to be honest. But I guess inflation pushes all these things up, doesn't it? And with the last
That's
few
how
years,
they get you.
well, yeah, with the last few years, we're allowed to put it up by inflation.
But
aren't
on the other hand, inflation means the money's worth less. So it's not.
Well, yeah, but I'm not getting paid anymore, Fred, which means I'm
Well, you are,
worthless.
because you're. Anyway, let's leave that aside for the moment.
That's clipped into leg side by Mitchell as the next over is started by Stokes. And there is no run. So who else have we got to bowl? Oh, we've got Atkinson's the other bowler I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Atkinson and Wokes are still there. It's not like he's saving them for the new ball, 'cause that's quite a long way off. 26 and a bit overs away. 177 for 6, the Kiwis. Smith is on 12. Off 27 deliveries. Mitchell, 41 off 111. He's actually started scoring again this morning because he basically stopped last night. That's short, too short. And Smith just stands there and lets it go over. Would it be a wide?
I don't know, but I mean,
Yes.
it is. You've got Stokes bowling to Smith, who's the number 8, and he's got no slips. And it's not as though nothing has gone to slips, because a couple have been edged downwards
through there.
So it's a bit odd.
Yeah.
Did he have the slips in for Mitchell? Smith.
They're literally moving them around, for every bowler and every over. It's something different. We've still got a short leg. Can't see if we've got a leg slip, but we've got no leg slips.
Well, now he's gone around the wicket.
Pope standing down the leg side.
Yeah. And it's played out to wide mid-on.
You can
There's no
overthink
run.
these things.
Yeah. I mean, the odd ball. I mean, the wickets that got the balls that got wickets yesterday did actually do something, and they were still quite an old ball. It's just such a rare event. That's when you get the wicket, so you might as well try and bowl exactly that. You try and bowl that every time, and eventually something does happen, and you got a chance of something, getting your wicket or whatever. That's across Smith, who just punches it into the offside in front of cover. No one there, and they'll get back for 2.
We've got a very straightish, deep third man, like about 10 yards in off the boundary. He looks like he's in a he's there to catch the uppercut.
That's where Daryl Mitchell was caught in the first.
Right. But he's bowling at Smith, isn't he?
Well, yeah. Maybe they're hoping Insane does the same thing. Trying to pull a ball basically it's from around the wicket. It's pretty straight. It goes pretty fine. Stokes is in short, and again it's through to Pope. Is that going to be another wide? Gets away with that one. Seems a bit arbitrary. Thought that was about the same height as the wide, but hey, there you go.
I'm sure the eagle eye of the umpire is all across these things.
You'd hope so. Smith
Well,
facing up.
struggles.
Last ball of the over. Stokes continuing around the wicket. Oh, that's a decent short ball. Well, it was pretty good. There's a no ball.
Yeah,
So he's
for
going to get
too
another
many
go.
short balls.
Oh, right. Yeah, of course. Wasn't a front foot no ball.
It's just odd. Bowling at the number 8.
I find it a bit odd that Stokes opened with himself. I mean,
Yeah,
he's
maybe
a fine bowler, but maybe he thinks it's an old ball and he can do the job. And he's captain, I guess. He gets to choose these things. But I'd have thought first up you want to put your best 2 bowlers on, don't you? And does he consider himself to be that? I wouldn't have thought so. That's played round the
Who's gonna
corner.
tell him no?
Well, no one's going to tell him no, that's true. It's down to deep backward square and it'll be a single. End of the 54th, 182 for 6.
Kieran Roseblade says the trouble with classic dismissals is baseball is to classic cricket what Kiss is to classical music.
Well,
And then he follows up with that kind of doesn't make sense for me. Maybe it does. Time for a beer.
yeah,
And,
Always
Mitch
time for a
says,
beer.
No more beer, I'd say. And then he's changed his mind and says more beer would be better. I suppose I should check and see if Twitter exists.
well, Twitter does exist. You're on Twitter, aren't you, Fred?
I am. Although nobody is
surprise,
technically,
no.
because it's changed its name, hasn't it?
Well, yes, X, good old X.
And this is just weird.
Oh, where's that gone? Up to mid-off. Sorry, let's start the next over.
Yeah, it
Cast,
was a short
round the
ball
wicket.
from around the wicket, and it was just prodded towards mid-off, and they've taken 2 easy runs. I think they're overthinking this.
Yeah, maybe should just be over trying to bowl normal deliveries.
Yeah, have 3 slips in and bowl on 4th stump line. Let's see if you can get one to, especially Cast, who can get one to bounce.
Well, yes. Presumably that's what. Yeah, this is the thing. You've got to get just right, haven't you? That's just a little bit too full for the short ball, really. And Smith covers it up easily enough. And to the offside, and there is no run. Trying the Wagner way.
Yeah, and that's when nothing's happening. That's when that.
Well,
that seemed
nothing
to work.
is really
Not-
happening, and it's a pretty
But
flat
I know, but they're
wicket.
6 wickets down and only 30 runs ahead in the match.
Yeah, but Wagner was carry on doing this because it's one of the few ways to actually get a wicket.
Well, it
When the
was,
ball's
it
doing
was
very
to,
little.
to let the batsmen get themselves out. Rather
Yes.
Than, yeah.
Yes.
But
Occasionally,
again,
but occasionally,
I don't think England needs
you know-
to do that until absolutely nothing was happening.
well, I mean, I guess if you keep doing this, 1 in maybe 17 balls is the perfect short ball, which is, long odds, but you get it just right, and any batsman, no matter even if they're just trying to defend, is going to get himself in trouble. It's a question of whether it offers up a chance. That one was defended by Smith, and there's no run. I mean, it's so easy to get the short ball wrong. It's just a bit too short. It's just a bit too full, doesn't it?
That makes sense to Mitchell, but Smith is a number 8 on his Test debut.
Yeah, but he's still going to get in a tangle if you put it in that position where he doesn't make up his line quick enough, whether he's leaving it or going for it, and it gets in a tangle, and it's right in his chest, and that's too full though, and it's just worked in his leg side, and there's no run. I mean, and you've got to get that ball just right for those conditions to happen, and that's a very specific point on the pitch, and you're not going to hit that every ball, are you? You're going to hit it every once in a while. So you just keep going at it until you get it, and then hope that chance that's created falls to hand.
And while they fiddle about doing that, suddenly they've scored 75 runs.
Well, that's the flip side of that, isn't it? But I mean, Smith isn't. Well, he's not attacking the ball here, so he's not going to score that many runs either at the same time. And then the flip side of that, so they do try and pull it, and eventually you hope you get you buy the wicket. Exactly that. Maybe you say, well, we're prepared to buy it for 20 runs, 25 runs. Fair enough. Break this partnership, probably on a flat track anyway. That was through to the keeper and left alone. There's no run.
Smith was out, caught at leg slip off Bashir in the first innings.
Yeah.
For not very many, 3 in fact. So, okay. It's not like they could have spotted a deep flaw in his technique during those 3 runs.
Absolutely not. Cast continuing around the wicket. It's across Smith this time. He lets it through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah.
I guess when Wokes comes on, he'll be more traditional. He's not got the pace to try this.
Yeah. That's the end of the over.
It is indeed. We'll have one more, and then we're going to have a switcheroo. Fred, you're going to do some ball by ball next. Abby isn't here, so Abby is actually Ditch. So Ditch is going to come in.
Should I move there?
No, you can stay here.
No,
because I'm staying here as well.
Oh, you're staying here.
Yeah.
Okay, and Ditch is coming in. Okay,
yeah,
excellent. Is there any social media messages or whatever?
We do have something from Muttley who says, didn't Kiss do classical music with the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra? I believe they did.
Oh, please.
God.
Bit of a trend at the time. I think Metallica did their S&M bollocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the wrong way to go for me personally, but you know.
A lot of enthusiasm from all of your commentators currently.
Yeah, it's still Stokes.
It is still Stokes.
And he's bowling to Mitchell, and we seem to have got 2 slips in. So
yeah, maybe a change of tactic here, more to what
but
Fred's
wide
liking.
slips.
Yeah. Oh, now that was a half decent ball. It's chipped into the leg for a little while, but of course there's no one there.
There's no shot now because they're all at slip.
Yeah.
Leg slip in there instead.
And he gets through for a single.
Sometimes you get too caught up in your plans and you lose sight of the way people have taken wickets in Test cricket for 150 years. Yeah,
true, but listening to Wokes this morning, I think they would like it to finish early, but I think they're all aware of how dead this pitch is, and it's really, even though they've only got to get 4 wickets, someone could really put a spanner in the works, and I think they're expecting to chase over 100 runs. It felt like that anyway. So, I think they know it's not going to be easy work. That's left alone through to the keeper, and there is no run. It really is a question of just hanging in there almost. It just seems so dead, this pitch. But this is what we're going to have in Australia, I presume. Similar thing.
Well,
Kookaburra ball. Maybe a bit harder,
not
probably.
If the Perth test was anything to go by.
Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? That's defended up to mid-on. There's no run. Second test starts this week, I presume.
Thursday, Friday, something like that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It starts the same time as England's test.
So what's happening are we going to have Christmas and New Year tests, or
There'll be a Boxing Day test at the MCG.
so that would be what, the
That's what we
fourth or the? They're playing a 5-test series, I think, are they?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
but they're
but
a little bit
assuming
more
New
spread
Year's
out
will be
than
in
some, because we're not in December yet. We are in December in about in Australia anyway.
Ooh,
That's a good
driven.
shot. Good
That
shot.
was a nice shot. Out through the covers, chased by, I think Stokes is chasing it down. Is
It's Bethel.
Bethel? No, it's not Bethel.
No.
It's a bigger man than Bethel. It's Cars. 2 runs?
Or
Well,
thereabouts.
3. 3, I think.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Slightly on the up.
Yeah, it
but
was.
Played it nicely. And the ball's looking every bit of its 55 plus overs.
And Stokes, yeah, this is his first overs, isn't it? He hasn't bowled any overs, so this
Is he going to do one of his marathon 28 over spells and knock himself out for the next 3 years?
possibly trying to win it for the team, Fred. Trying to win it for the team. Here he comes. He's bowling to Mitchell. Oh, now that was trying to tempt him to play it to the leg slip, but he managed to hold his bat a little longer, got it squarer. Out for the man in the deep, and it'll be a single.
What mic is he using?
The hardwired one. It should be over there on the floor.
Where's the headsets?
It should be down there somewhere as well, unless you're wearing them, Fred. Yeah, you're wearing them. Yeah. Those, the ones that are in your hands, are the one for that chair, because they haven't got a very long lead. That's clipped into the leg side by Smith, and he'll get himself a single. To the deep.
And that's the over. 39 ahead, 6 wickets down. Nothing's really happened yet this morning as far as the bowlers are concerned.
Yep. Well, that's it.
And we're going to have
Pitch is
a
dead.
one-person change of route.
Yep. Thank you very much, Monsieur Mogg. I'm sure we'll see you again later. Yeah, we will see you in
Half an hour.
Half an hour. Hi.
Right, so who's doing what now?
You're doing
BBB.
BBB.
Right, we've had 7 overs so far this morning in the first half an hour or so. 35 runs, not a wicket, not really a sign of a wicket, not an appeal of any sort. A couple have been edged mostly downward through the slips. And we welcome for the first time today Mr. Ditch, sitting on my left.
Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are in the world.
And Cass is going to continue from whatever end that is. Tony isn't here, so we don't have that kind of information, and we can't be asked to look it up. Number 717 on his shirt. It's a lot of Test match cricketers in 150 years. Bryden Cass, the tall Durham bowler, right arm over the wicket to Smith, and it's a shorter ball which he stands up and plays back down the wicket towards the bowler, who fields himself.
See, I think more of that. Just length. Try and get one that he just gets the wrong line. Alter your
fourth
angles.
stump line.
Yeah. Just try and get him to get line
But
up
why 2
slightly
slips with a gap?
wrong. Yeah, why
Couldn't
not?
you afford a third?
Well, even if you just have first and second.
Yeah, also true. And they expect Pope to be able to get a long way.
Yeah.
Cass in again, and this comes back,
yeah.
and that's
Yes,
surely an
surely.
LBW shout.
Yeah.
Yes, the umpire's finger's gone up. I'm wondering if it did too much. If they've got any reviews left, he's going to review it. He has reviewed it, but it looked pretty straight. That one didn't bounce all that high, came back into him. Proper line over the wicket, and that's the first shout of the day. Let's see
Exactly.
what
It's the one ball that's done anything, isn't it? You
well,
know?
it just came back a little
Better
bit.
out than in, better in than out.
And we're going to have the
Better out than in, better in than out.
the usual technological.
Well, the question is, did he get an edge?
It
Might
didn't look
be
like it got an
missing-
edge. It might be missing leg stump.
Yeah,
It may have done too much.
Yeah.
I don't think it
But
has.
it only needs to be clipping because it
Been
was
given
given out
out,
on the
yeah.
field.
There's no edge.
It's caught him about the knee roll. It's a long way away from the bat, so it's not an edge that's going to save him. If anything saves him, it's going to be that it did a little bit too
I
much.
think that's hit him in a front of about middle.
He's probably
but it's quite an
clipping the
angle.
outside of leg.
Yeah, it'll only be clipping if it's hitting at all.
Well, I think it'll be.
We'll wait for
maybe.
Hawkeye.
Bear's going for the full stump.
No, I don't think full stump. I
No.
think.
Why
Yeah,
are they
maybe
stopping
upper
this
score.
here? I don't know. Okay, we're now going to Hawkeye. Oh.
No, that's hitting. Boom.
Yeah,
Told
that's
you.
hitting. It's hitting the top of leg
Oh,
stump.
Hitting.
So a wicket has lost, a review has lost, and England have broken through.
Yeah.
The crowd says you're out.
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, that's what I was saying. Nothing happens, and suddenly, boom, exactly. Kept a little bit low and jagged back out of nowhere.
Yeah, the point that you'd been making earlier, Fred, amply proved that
Yeah,
they should have pitched it up.
Yeah, bowling over the wicket, and attacking sort of just outside the off stump with a couple of slips in. One comes back and he's LBW straight away. So the most important thing is that I've been proved right.
Of course,
who
of
cares
course.
about the rest of the situation? 7th wicket down, and Southey's going to come in. He made his Test debut against England, and he hit an absolute shed load of sixes. I seem to recall it was a long time ago.
It was.
But he's not come in. It's going to be Henry.
Oh,
So
yeah, of
put that
course.
on hold.
Yeah, he's next in. Henry can bat
You
too.
can never trust a man with two first names. Matt Henry.
You can never trust a man with too close. What about Trent Alexander-Arnold? He's got like 3 first names. Can you trust him?
No.
Yeah, good luck. Well done for Cars. How many wickets is that? Is that his
Four.
fifth? Fourth. Oh, okay. So I think the consensus was that Bashir, who took 4 wickets in the first innings, was a little bit on the lucky side. But, if you're bowling, wickets are going to fall at some point and you've got a chance of taking them. But that was...
He's only got. I mean, if they don't bowl him, he's not going to get any better. And
No,
he's
I know, but if
definitely
you-
got some talent.
Well, he has. He's still very raw. I don't know. He's done okay. Anyway, New Zealand are down to 1 review. They are 39 ahead, 7 wickets down, and Castle will be bowling at the new man, Matt Henry. And the first ball is played quite nicely, actually, square on the offside. The gully fielder has to make some ground to his right to field. A single to Henry. He's off the mark off his first ball. 191 for 7 now. At the end of the over, Ditch will be reading some of your highly intelligent and extremely lucid midnight messages.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've got that many, but we have got a couple.
Okay. We can do it now.
Let's just wait till after this ball now. 'cause
Okay. Bryden Cass. Fast
provided
bowler
there's not a
Cass.
wicket after this ball.
I am going for LBW for the next wicket.
Ah. Is not the is that thing about stable doors and horses bolted?
Well,
Cass into Mitchell, and this one again slightly comes back into him. He plays it well down into the ground and out towards backward square leg. Mitchell gets off strike, brings the new chap back on. 192 for 7.
Frank Rockefeller says time for a little spin. Well, we were just pondering that, weren't we?
Well, he may have said that before the wicket fell, to be fair.
Well, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Mr. R.O. Light, or Mr. Rolite, or Muro Light, you pronounce that. Another strong front row on view in the GC studio. Yeah, that's pretty true.
Yeah.
And Muttley von Erich said, yes, it's coming home.
Oh yes, the Crow Thorpe Trophy. This was bang on the stumps, and Henry gets the middle of the bat on it, but he didn't look entirely comfortable. His feet weren't moving in the way a set batsman would do, but he's kept it out, and it was a straight ball, and that's probably what Cass should be bowling.
Nick Vickers says, come on England, 3 more wickets, knock off those runs, get yourselves an afternoon on the golf course, and some well-earned kit for the Gorillas.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that.
No, absolutely
not
not.
at all.
Doesn't Crowthorpe sound like a line in deepest Surrey somewhere, a station,
Yes,
rather than...
yeah. There is a Crowthorne, isn't there?
There's
so,
a Crowthorne, yeah, which
yeah.
has got a lunatic asylum, hasn't it?
yes, I think it has.
Yeah, because there was a book about the what's it called? The
Well, actually, it probably
Surgeon of
hasn't anymore.
Crowthorne?
It probably used to
a
have.
mathematical genius who was actually incarcerated there. Cast to complete the over, bowls to Henry.
Oh!
It might be going down the stump, but no, it's full and straight. It's hit him on the pad. I thought that might be slightly leggy, but the umpire does raise his finger. Is he going to review it? I think he must. They're 8 wickets down. They've got 1 left. No, he's trudging off.
Why would you not review it?
Well,
Mitchell might want to save the review for himself, I think.
Well,
just in case later.
So Brydencast bowling full and straight from over the wicket has picked up a couple of wickets in that over. His 5th wicket. He has 5 for 39 now. At the end of the 57th over, New Zealand are just on a certain amount of runs because they've taken it off the screen, but they're 8 wickets down.
Ooh, that's close to you.
It was a bit leggy.
It was a bit leggy. But
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
I hope you've noticed, gentlemen, he singly failed in the first half hour, but the minute I come on, wickets start tumbling.
Well, you know, I think
The minute they started bowling properly.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I got my LBW.
Oh, you went under. So
No, I got an LBW.
He went for
Oh,
LBW.
LBW, yeah.
15-4.
Oh,
15
top
to
stuff. If
4,
you would have done
there you go.
both, you mentioned the double, under and the accumulator. You could have paid for Guerrilla Cricket's rent for the next 10 years, depending how much you put on it. Anyway, 2 wickets have fallen in that over after half an hour of not very much happening. So a boost for England. What are they leading by? Is it 39, something around that?
They are leading by, yes, we were 151
No, 41.
ahead.
41 now for
41,
8
yeah.
net. And Southey, who gets a terrific round of applause, as he should be. He's been a wonderful servant
To the game.
for New Zealand cricket over a long period of time. And we know how he's going to bat, don't we?
Well, yeah.
He's just going to try and tonk everything into the stand.
To fly with Tim Southey tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Southey.
That's out, yeah.
And again, I just might.
He's so old, Tim Southey, that he's got a Sherwood jingle. There are not many Sherwood jingles left for individual players, as the bear's too busy getting his bet on for going under, I think.
Well,
No, I'm going for a run out because I just got an LBW. It's 25-1. Very unlikely. But you never know.
The way Southey plays,
Well,
he tries to hit every ball in the crowd. Anyway, Stokes is going to start a new over, but he's involved in the set batsman Mitchell, who has 44, and he may be a slight change of tactic from him. No, he just defends this towards mid-on, no run. 41 lead. I think we agreed that anything under 150 is completely undefendable. So if they're going to get there, how are they going to do it? Well, Mitchell and Southey are going to have to hit some runs. It's not like there's a ball with your name on it, and
no, very
you
much
have to-
not the case. I mean, there's the odd ball that does something. I mean, Henry was new to the crease and he was bowling full and
full and
pretty
straight,
quick.
yeah.
And pretty quick as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's number 9. He can't bat, but he is a number 9. So that was the way to go. And it's probably the way to go to Southey as well. Mitchell might take some risks now.
Well, he might, but if he thinks he's in, then
Yeah, we've only got 2 bats
Southey's
to
going
play
to
with.
take risks because that's pretty much all he does. I mean, interesting to see what kind of fields they come up with for Southey as Stokes bowls again to Mitchell. That was very straight enough for him to be able to turn it round to a long leg very easily and take the single, which brings Southey onto strike. And we're going to have a look at what fields the England think tank have come up with for Tim Southey. Maybe some fielders in unlikely places behind the wicket keeper. Well, that was a knuckle ball from Stokes. We shouldn't really knuckle very much.
Stokes, I think giving some of his frontline bowlers a rest here. Is he just thinking, well, I'll just give them a bit of a rest for the next test. I'll bowl a few overs myself. I'm not going to bowl much in the next
I
test.
don't think you can think like that, really.
I don't. I'm just.
The slips have gone. It's a short ball to Southey. I think he was expecting that. He ducks underneath it. It wasn't so short that it was either a wide or it was a wasted delivery. But Southey is grinning a bit. There may be a little bit of banter out there. I think these sides get on reasonably well. What's going on? Stokes is.
What's happened?
Stokes. It looks
Stokes
like
got
he
injured?
can't. Oh, has he injured himself and he can't finish the over? It looks like he is. He's bowled 3 balls of that over and he's had enough. Putting his cap on.
He's going off.
And
Oh,
he's heading off.
he's limping off.
Well,
Something's gone. Might be out for the rest of the series.
dear.
Back to being Pope as captain.
Yeah, captain, wicket keeper. Let's see his last delivery. What happened? Did he It looked like he bowled reasonably well in his follow through. No, nothing particularly odd or unusual, but he's had enough. Atkinson will be completing the over. This is going to be extremely confusing now. Has he stayed on the field?
Seems to have done, yeah.
What's going on? Short ball.
Well, you can
Short straight ball.
you can not be able to bowl and stay on the field, can't you?
Yeah, but
It's unusual, but
it's unusual because if you've injured yourself, then you want to go and have some treatment.
yeah. Or perhaps he's just so fed up with his body, just taking himself off halfway through and over.
I don't think that's allowed.
I know it's not allowed, but maybe feigning an injury.
He's still on the field. I've never seen this before. Maybe they run out of. Maybe Ollie Robinson is still on the plane from wherever he is, and they haven't got a spare fielder. Atkinson in again, and this is a short ball, and Southey looks to try and lift it into. I can't think of any suburbs of Christchurch, but he tried to hit it a long way and didn't get very much of it, and it just sort of dropped out towards leg gully. What's going on?
No, he hasn't been. The umpire
Caught him on the caught him on the grill actually.
He hasn't been taken off by the umpire for.
Short bowling?
I don't know. Short bowling.
Maybe
is
he
it? I
has
don't
been.
know.
Oh, maybe he has. Let's have a look what Cricinfo has to say.
The umpire did a funny signal onto his shoulder. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I think that was a number of short balls.
All right.
According to, I'm going to read you the Cricinfo. He says, "Uh-oh, Stokes is in some trouble here. He takes his cap and sunglasses from the umpire and shakes his head. No obvious sign of discomfort in his follow-through on replay. He clearly felt something. Atkinson will finish the over, and he says he's staying on the field for the time being, which suggests this might not be too bad. I don't know what's going on.
No.
Very
I'd love
strange
to
indeed.
give you a detailed... and now, of course, we have a break because when you hit on the helmet, you have to change the helmets because they're only allowed to get hit once or something.
Well, you have
But
to
that
have
was the grill.
You have to go through the concussion protocol
of
as well.
course, yeah. Well, as I say, I'd love to keep you informed of what's happening, but I'm not entirely sure.
There's virtually no rugby union premiership game I've watched this season hasn't had about 4 or 5 guys have to go off for a concussion check.
What I like about rugby is when they treat them on the field and the play goes on around them. That's always quite funny.
Yeah.
Atkinson to complete the over, short down the leg side, and Pope takes. There was a swish from South. He didn't get anywhere near it. At the end of the 58th over, New Zealand 193 for 8, leading by 42 runs. Ditch.
I give you some tweets, or well, actually some comments from on YouTube, but nobody's saying anything. They've obviously gone quiet. They're all getting their cups of tea or something. Or
Well, if
opening
anyone
their
has
beers.
listened to some commentary and has any further information on the Stokes situation, please do let us know because we're slightly in the dark here.
Well, Hector,
very dark indeed.
Hector's our man at the ground. Come on, Hector,
is he
find out what's
listening?
going on.
Yeah, go and interview him.
Yeah, exactly. Go and grab him. off the field.
I've honestly never seen anyone come off in the middle of an over and stay on the field to field, basically.
Who is RBD deemed elected? I presume that's Pirate Bradshaw, so I presume that's in Ireland. Who are RBD?
What? What's the message?
RBD deemed elected. It's been a mixed day, so I'm happy.
Oh, that's the Irish election, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't know who RBD is.
Oh, Stokes is signalling to the dressing room, and he's pointing somewhere vaguely in the middle distance, but he still seems to be on the pitch.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem to be
Clutching his groin, but that may be just something to do at this time of day.
He doesn't seem to be moving that badly.
But why would he? Anyway, Carsey's going to stay on, unsurprisingly, having taken 2 wickets in the last over, and he'll be bowling at Daryl Mitchell, who has 45. And will be looking to add a good few more for his team as no slips, no leg slips. This is we're in mode of giving them singles. This is a shorter ball outside the off stump, and he just nudges us to cover no run. Stokes has decided that even though he may be injured, this England team cannot cope without him on the field, especially since Ollie Pope is the vice captain. And he's wicket keeping, and he can't really wicket keep. Maybe
you can't
asking
really
a bit too
captain
much.
either. Oh no, who said that?
I don't know. You've probably seen more of his captaincy than.
Well, I wasn't very impressed with him. Whenever it was he was doing it, was in Pakistan, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we seem to have a a couple of fielders out on the boundary for uppercuts. We've got one at third man, and we've got one very, very, very fine at third man, almost behind sort of a first slip position. So it's a short ball which goes over the shoulder of Mitchell. It might be called a wide. It is in fact called a wide by the corpulent umpire whose name I've forgotten.
There have been quite a few hides in this session this morning.
Wide hides.
Yeah, hides I call them. High wides, hence a hide.
There have been, and we've got Craig McMillan and Frankie Mackay, which is a new name to me, in the commentary box in New Zealand.
She's an ex-New Zealand cricketer, isn't she? I think.
So often they are. Mitchell facing up Castle, who's now round the wicket to him. A short ball, guess what? Ducks underneath it. And are they just planning to bowl short balls at him that he ducks underneath and then have a go at Southey? I'm not sure. Well, maybe. I don't know.
Keep him down that end. And
maybe Stokes is the only one who has the plans in his pocket, and he's the only one who can put them into operation.
Well, I don't know. Carl's got 2 wickets in the last over, as you said.
Pitching it out off stump. And
yeah, to the lower order batsman rather than to Mitchell.
Yeah, perhaps they're just trying to get Mitchell to either top edge one for a catch at third man or get it to roll down
but
to
he's
third
not playing
man
ball,
and
is
take
he?
one. No, he's not.
He's not looking to play those short balls. He might do if there were 9 down, perhaps. It's a short ball. He ducks underneath it again. How many are you allowed in an over?
Well,
not that many.
2, but they've got to be signalled. And they're short, but not super short.
Super short game. Super short game.
I don't know. Doesn't they have to be above the shoulder high to be counted as a bouncer?
Is it shoulder height or above shoulder height?
I
don't know. His Test career, Cast. He's got 18 wickets at under 18.
It's quite impressive.
It is.
Considering a fair few of those tests were in Pakistan.
A fair few. Well, 2 of them.
2 of them.
2/3 of them, in fact. It's a short ball chipped up in the air, and it was very well. There was a chance of a caught bowl. I mean, it was a long way short of the bowler, but he was in no control of it. He tried to play it into the leg side. He was turned around, Mitchell, and he just chipped this back in the direction of the bowler, but it didn't get anywhere near him, to be honest.
It got a little bit higher than he was expecting, didn't it?
Yeah.
Right on the top of the
But he does surprise batsmen with extra oomph. No 2 ways about it. There is definite banter going on between the teams. Presumably good-natured, because there's a lot of smiling. This next ball is a little bit fuller and just dinked into the leg side. Is that the end of the over? I think it isn't.
There's 1 ball left, Fred. It says on the bottom of the
I
screen.
know, but the question is how often they change.
How quick are they? How quick are? Depends who's operating the system. I was watching the England play South Africa this afternoon, the ladies' game, and they lost the bit at the bottom with all the scores on. So it was a nightmare knowing what was going on.
Strap, yeah, you've got no idea. In the old days at the Oval, when they had a pair of brothers or possibly twins who used to man the scoreboard, they used to put the runs up virtually before the batsman somebody would hit it into a gap and they'd say that's 2, and they'd put up 2 before the batsman had actually run the 2. It was a bit weird.
Yeah, I used to catch the BBC commentators out occasionally.
Let's see if Cricket Info says anything about Stokes. No.
The problem, well, he hasn't. But probably nobody knows because there's probably not been any communication to off the field as to what went on as yet.
Last ball, genuine last ball of Cast is over. It's short. He ducks underneath it. Pope takes the end of the 59th over. New Zealand 194 for 8, lead by 43 in Ditch. What are people saying?
They're saying nothing more than they said before. Basically, we haven't had any comments for some time.
So in that case, we shall switch to.
Well, my phone's not updating. If we have
the bear,
you got to scroll down the bottom.
I am at the bottom.
What's the last one you've got?
Nick Vickers.
God, no, that was a long time ago.
My phone must have decided not to.
I'll give you RBD deemed elected. I told you that one. That's Richard Boyd Barrett, and he's the leader of the People Before Profit.
Sounds like a twat.
Frank Rockefeller says Root maybe for provisional captain. Mr. Rowlight says England without Root scoring a single run. Last
Yes.
time that happened is
Quite
Karachi,
recently.
December 2022.
This is a short ball from the first ball of Atkinson's new over, and Southey, as is his wont, tries to swing this away into the leg side. Gets an under edge. Pope comes round to field no run.
Did Root get a duck in the second innings as well? What did he get in the first innings?
No, this has only been the first innings. We've only had one innings. In
Oh,
this
of
game.
course, yeah. What am I on about? Yeah, he didn't score a run, did he?
No, he chopped on. At that point, England were what? They 40 for 3.
71 for 4. Oh, right.
No,
yeah.
well, that's when Brooke came in, and things changed. Atkinson bowls. He steps away and slashes to Southey. Stop me if you've heard it before, and misses the ball. I'd like to see an overview of the field to see how many men there are on the leg side boundaries. Oh, here we go. We've got a
3.
Well, I'm wondering if there's one even squarer at sort of cow corner. We've got a backward square leg. We've got a deep mid wicket. And is that a man down at long leg? No, and somebody is going out.
You got fine leg, long leg, deep square, and
now
sort of
somebody
three-quarter
halfway at
cow.
3/4 or all the way going out to cow. Thank you very much for the director for acceding to my demands. This is full and straight, actually, and Pope has done terrifically well. That went between Southey's legs. He went a long way down the leg side to field that, and he took it cleanly. So we've had to go a bit Pope's keeping, but that was terrific work there.
I've managed to get my phone working again. I now have the tweets.
Now, what's going on now?
It's
a
a
no
no
ball.
Yeah.
Atkinson had real trouble in the first innings with no balls.
Yeah. Going back a little, Mr. Rolite says, I'm not sure you're allowed to call them lunatic asylums anymore. Loony bins are definitely out. Yeah, mental health facilities probably. And they don't really have them any. They've all been closed in this country really anyway. They have a few mental health facilities, but they're very few and far
I'm
between.
remembering a book of about 20 years ago of somebody who was an inmate at Crowthorne and came up with some quite interesting scientific breakthrough or something, or he was corresponding with great scientists. He was actually incarcerated against his will. Atkinson in again, short, and this is chipped up in the air. Is there a man out at deep oh, it doesn't matter where it is because it's gone way over his head. Southey has connected with one, and it's gone for 6. Was that caught in the crowd, or was it just returned? It was a short ball. He went for a whack.
Oh, RBB is Richard Boyd Barrett.
Yeah, I said that.
Oh, you did say that. Oh, sorry.
No, it wasn't caught in the crowd. Poor show from the
Kiwi crowd.
from the Kiwi crowd. Yeah, still a lot of people in. I'm pleased to see. I hope they get some cricket. Well, not too much cricket. Lead is now 50. 201 for 8. The New Zealand 200 is up in the 60th over.
England getting into dangerous waters.
No.
Needing more than 50. You never know.
No.
No, probably not.
Atkinson round the wicket now. This is full. This is maybe a slower Yorker. No, it wasn't. It was 135.6 kph. It was full and outside the off stump, and still Southey managed to turn it to square
It's an
leg.
extraordinary shot.
Do you think there were any fielders in
He got in position to hook it, and then it was
Yeah.
a Yorker, and so he played it with the bat between his legs.
Yeah, he's obviously he's got a decent hand-eye coordination. If he didn't get something on that, he would have taken his off stump out the ground. So good bowling from Atkinson. This next one is probably going to be short, and hopefully a little bit quicker. It is short, and it's gone up in the air. How deep has it gone? Not so deep. Deep enough, just beyond the boundary. That's going to be another 6 for Southey to add to his huge test tally of them. It didn't clear the boundary by very much. It kept the fielders out there interested to the very last moment. Who is that? Joe Root and somebody else. Root and Bethel, I think.
Bethel, yeah.
But it landed on the bit of green between the boundary sponge and the advertising hoarding, so not quite a moral victory for the bowler. This one is short again, and Southey pulls out of the pull, if you understand what I'm saying. The end of the 60th over, 207 for 8, the lead now 56.
Van Decker says, I don't get this team lose to Pakistan, don't whitewash Sri Lanka, and now beating the team that swept India. It is a bit strange.
Well, that's the thing about sport. You never quite know what's going to happen.
Right, so we got a
Unless Man City are playing.
we got a somewhat dubious joke here from Kieran Roseblade. Lots of short balls here. Reminds me of the satirical Pakistan pace bowler Waqar Eunuch. He was short of a ball or two, and then goes on to say he was also fiendish for his wides and for his no balls.
That's dreadful.
Yeah, it's
I know,
not great.
that's what I
You could
thought,
just
but,
stopped
you know.
at eunuch, and I think we would have got the joke.
Yeah.
Too much explication. Some terrible adverts for.
He does say, right, I feel the Gooch Uganda joke has been redeemed. Time to stop. So
We are due a change, but as per normal, Adjit hasn't turned up yet. He never turns up on time.
Should we just stay here and carry on?
Well, we can do. Mog's supposed to come back in. For you, you're supposed to have a little break.
Shall head off in another direction.
And Ditch, you can hang around with me.
I'll hang around. I like hanging around with you, Bear.
Nothing
nicer than hanging around with the bear.
Well, you know, you'll have to switch chairs because I've got to change all the.
You can't deprive the people of my pretty face.
Well, exactly. We can't deprive the people of Mog, can we? For crying out loud.
Yeah.
Adjit might turn up in a minute. You never know with Adjit whether he's actually received the rotor and knows that he's on. Well, we shall see. He might well turn up in 5-10 minutes. Meanwhile, Ditch is moving.
What did I miss?
What did you miss? You missed a couple of wickets. Finally, something happened.
Oh, 5 for cars.
Yeah, 5 for cars. Couple of LBWs, both in the same over. And suddenly, this game looks. Oh shit! I'm shutting the GPL now actually because 8 wickets are down. I can't have you knowing how many runs the Kiwis are going to score, and therefore it being an easy.
Don't give away the secrets.
No, this is a replays with G-Man Vancouver, who won yesterday. Yeah, I want to know, can you get in touch with us via either YouTube or Twitter or something, G-Man, because I'd like to know who you are.
Indeed.
A single entry yesterday, and you whipped yourself up 118 quid, 118 quid, which is nearly 200 Canadian dollars. We did have a tweet earlier. The Canadian $1 coin has a loony bird on it, hence the loony.
Ah, the loony, there you go, I was right.
And the $2 coin is a toonie.
A tune.
Right, now I take it, Mog, that you're doing socials.
Yep.
Good. Excellent. Now I can put
You're
my phone away.
Yeah,
I'm summarising.
You're summarising.
So not a lot to summarise at the moment. They've just got the scoreboard on the
Well, it's a drink break.
they're having drinks.
Looks like a very nice day in New Zealand.
It does. Very, very blue sky.
Looks very blue, isn't it, down there? Yeah.
Because
I like that grim industrial hellscape you lot live in up there.
Yeah. Well, and also there's not much industrial stuff in any of New Zealand except Auckland, is there? So they're on the South Island, halfway down. There's nothing much to make pollution down there.
Just sheep flatus.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of those fuckers. They're all farting away. I presume there's a fair bit of cattle.
Yeah, but actually I think most of the sheep and the cattle are mostly on the North Island, aren't they?
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of sheep per se in New Zealand, isn't
There are a lot of sheep, but I think they're mostly on the North Island. There's a lot of foresty bits on the South Island.
Wasn't there a South Island where they shot Lord of the Rings? Is that right? Mainly.
Yeah.
Cass is around the wickets into the pad of Mitchell. Comes off his pad to Pope, and there is no run. I still got my run out at 25-1 in play. I don't think it's going to happen, but you never know.
I've got some news on the Hendo front from last night. Been doing a bit of research into Hendo's
family tree.
And it turns out he's got a lot of Welsh ancestry.
He wasn't happy about the Welsh ancestry.
I know, but there's got quite a lot of Welsh ancestry by the looks of it.
I know my grandma, my mum's side
Speaking
was
of
Welsh.
hunting sheep.
Yeah, that's kind of what made me think of it. The sheep.
Rich Welsh people or poor Welsh people?
No, reasonably rich Welsh people, because they're so far back they wouldn't even be known of if they weren't reasonably rich. So.
Oh, okay.
And he's
Wouldn't
descended.
the rich Welsh people actually be English anyway?
Well, probably.
No,
Short down the arse, and there is no run.
No, these are definitely Welsh because they're Morgan ap Thomas or something. That's definitely a Welsh type of person.
Yeah, affectations.
Yeah, it's a definite Welsh.
So they were
affectation.
bribing the British monarchy, probably,
Yeah, they were.
to get their concessions or whatever it was.
In their
Yeah.
pocket with a
Probably
hand.
stitching up their fellow Welshmen then.
Yeah.
Cast in and defended by Mitchell from the crease up towards mid-on. They don't go for a quick single or anything, and there is no run.
Later on, they moved to Preston, and Hendo has two of his ancestors, probably about his 5 or 6 great-grandfather and his 6th great-grandfather, were the mayors of Preston. So,
Are you listening, Hendo?
I haven't pulled it all together yet. I'm 99% certain Hendo and I are cousins, but I'm not quite sure
For fuck's
exactly how.
sake.
Yeah.
Everyone's a cousin somewhere back, surely.
Yeah, but in the Hendo and I's case, about 1450.
Yeah, that's quite a long way back. That's left alone outside the off-stamina. There's no run. It's only 600 odd years, you know.
Yeah, it is quite a long time ago. Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of generations between.
Yeah, but I've only just started on history, so we're probably actually related lots of times. So, because basically, if you're in amongst those sort of people, then they were all marrying each other anyway. So, Hendo's probably even posher than we think.
So you're saying that you're all basically heavily inbred?
Yeah, pretty much. If you're anything, upper middle class or above in England, then you're very inbred, pretty much.
While he tries to work on his loose side as Mitchell, I think he got it onto his pad and then it went past Cast up towards mid-off. Bounced quite hard off his pad. Maybe it was a leading edge, but I kind of got that impression. He'll get back for 2 and he moves on to 47.
And it's very true of the English who are in Australia. They fall into 2 completely different bands. They're either very well connected, come from posh English families that, the youngest son of a family with 6 boys went off to Australia to farm, or they're ex-convicts. So, the 2 opposite ends of the social scale in Australia from
We stopped
England.
shipping convicts out here hundreds of years ago.
Yeah.
What a scurrilous thing to say.
No. I mean,
We make our own convicts.
no.
now
I
for
mean,
tourists.
what I mean is Australians who have been in Australia for more than 150 years, or at least whose families have been in Australia for more than 150
I don't
years.
think we have that many 150-year-olds, but
No, I mean their family.
out in the country.
Ancestry is more than 150 years old. I have a number of cousins who their ancestor went to Tasmania in the 1830s.
That's short. And Cast delivers that. Ducked underneath by Mitchell through the keeper. And there ain't no run. Saudi will face the next ball. Come on in, Mog.
You know what that means? That means I'm probably related to you then, Ditch.
Yes.
Almost certainly, Mark. Almost certainly, I'm afraid. Yep.
Racing Rant says, I exercise sponsor's right to have my unread comment read, and I think he's talking about when I discovered cricket in the 70s, ex-player commentators were a minority, or a tiny minority. And tis the reason I enjoy GC, that you're not a bunch of ignorant former cricketers.
Yeah, I do apologise for that. Tweet fell in the changeover because I was about to read that out, and then we had the changeover, and it got lost in the changeover. So
It's
George
true.
McPherson says, give Brooke a go at being captain, even if it's for the next couple of games.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens with Rooty. Not Rooty, Stokes, obviously. He's the captain. Sorry. I'm on my large San Miguel now. And I really didn't sleep that much last night because I went home and then I had to come back here to do a viewing for a potential sale at midday, which meant getting him to bed at 6 o'clock, getting up at 10:45. Big slash by Saudi into the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. Could have quite easily got a thin edge through to the keeper, but he didn't, and there's no run.
I did all right. I got home at about 6 o'clock and didn't wake up till 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, what the plan would have been, but I knew I had to be back here for midday, so I got up at 10:45, feeling pretty groggy.
I can imagine.
Jumped in the shower, came round here, showed some people the flat, and then went back home. Kind of tried to get fitful sleep on the sofa for the next 2 or 3 hours. and then got fucking made to drive the family to Blue Water for 4 hours. It was hideous.
That sounds horrible.
Well, that's gone a long way up. Has it gone a long way deep? I'm not sure it has. It hasn't. That's a good catch out in the deep. It's Joe Root.
Joe Root.
Well, he didn't score any runs, but he's caught Tim
Finally
Southey.
contributing.
58 is the lead. 1 wicket left. Southey has gone. And this game, well, you know what? England might try and claim the extra half hour and go like a train and get 58 runs before lunch, and we could all be going home early. As it is, the crowd says out.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
You have an extra half hour at lunchtime.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. If England are 10 runs short, then they'll just play out.
Yeah. Well, dismissed at 12. So that's 50 minutes to go.
50 minutes to go. 10 minutes for turnover.
Yeah, England aren't going to hang around, are they?
No, they're not. They're certainly
But
not.
most definitely not.
They'll try and bash it off in about 5 or 6 overs, I thought.
Yeah, just to rub salt in the wound.
Well, it doesn't really matter if you lose 2 or 3 wickets, does it? Chasing
No.
58.
No,
So if
and
New
it-
Zealand in this, they are out of the World Test Championship, aren't they?
Yeah, I think if they
Oh, do
lose
they
this-
have to
yeah.
win 3-0?
Yeah, they have to win 3-0 to have a chance, and I think they're going to fail.
But there was some Indians on YouTube telling us that they wanted England to win.
Great, another Australia-India.
Another Australian in the final, which Australia will probably win. Although, having said that,
Where is it this time?
It's in England. It's always in England.
Oh, is it always
for some
in
reason?
England?
For some reason, it's always in
It
England.
has to be at the home of cricket, depending on
Ah.
where they play.
Well, it wasn't though, because the other year it was
No.
at Southampton.
So yeah, I'm not quite sure how that works.
It's something to do with the
Just-
time of year, and basically it can only be hosted in England because it needs to be in that time of year, and that's the only place that really plays.
They can play it in Saudi Arabia. They'll be playing games there soon.
Let's hope not.
Down at the Jeddah cricket ground. Or
Well, of course, the advantage of playing the World Test Championship in England, if it's Australia against India, at least we get a large crowd because there's plenty of Indians in England. There's quite a few Aussies, but
Have I got this thing wrong? Is Ajit not doing anything today? That's defended,
I don't know.
and there is no run.
Now, let me have a look at the new one.
he was
that
on the
got
list, from memory.
Oh, he was on the list. Okay.
Let me just confirm that, because I do have it open. Ajit, ACP. Yeah, he was on there.
Okay. I don't really know. Will, are you? I'm asking you. I know you're off air and shit, but Will, are you asking for Abby in the next stint? Then that's down the arse, and there is no run. Oh, okay, brilliant. Now I understand. It's okay.
Yeah, that was Ajit that was literally his only session he was down for.
So maybe he decided not to bother to show up.
Yeah, possibly. And then, yeah, Will. I think that's Will's only session as well, is it?
Well, I don't think we're going to need much, are we? Anyway, I mean, the
No.
worst that's going to happen is we're going to have one session after lunch.
Yep.
Well, unless these two manage to put on 100 or something.
Yeah, well, if England win this,
You never know.
You never know. Will O'Rourke is facing up, short and down the arse. There's a leg slip-ish, gully, short leg. It's a
Okay,
wide
well,
down
like
leg
that,
side.
though.
There's no run. We've given an awful lot of extras away today. I suppose it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to get that wicket, and they probably feel that the short ball is one way of softening people up, even if it's not the ball that's taking the wicket. Although it was the last ball that took the wicket. Short ball, mishit by Southey. He can't resist. He got 2 sixes.
Yeah, because
But third one he got out.
this is very confusing at the moment because Atkinson bowling, he's 0.3 of an over out, isn't he?
Well, yes. This took over Stokesy. That's through to the keeper, and there is no run.
So
I know, did Stokes injure himself?
We
don't
don't
know.
really know what's going on. He stayed on the pitch, and he's still out there fielding. But he pulled himself off from
Suspicious.
bowling. So maybe he felt something and didn't feel he could carry on bowling. But was hopeful that it wasn't terminal.
He's bowled one over too many and he's fucked himself.
Yeah. Ah well. Gus Atkinson is coming into bowl. That's full and driven by O'Rourke out to cover, and there is no run. Mitchell yet to get to 50. He's been terribly slow. End of the 62nd over. Mog.
Let's go do some of these things. James Armstrong says, my breakfast Vindaloo is now making itself known. Thankfully, I can have the dulcet gorilla tones to accompany this poor life choice at midnight in Germany.
Yeah, that's not a good one. Vindaloo for breakfast. That's a really poor choice. I can imagine that's a good choice at midnight, or feels like it anyway, after a few beers.
Yeah. Not such a good choice
for breakfast the first thing, no.
Jake Rover says, my grandpa were called Di Eworth Morgan from a coal mining village. There's no escaping that one.
Well,
I probably pronounced that very badly. There's about 72 extra vowels in the Earth.
Yeah.
Well, maybe. I don't think that's a bad approximation there, Morg, actually.
No,
last ball by O'Rourke was worked down to a long leg. I don't think they took the single because Mitchell realised that he needed to be on strike.
Yeah.
James Armstrong says, Ancestry chat, I'm 1% South Asian. I really hope it comes from the racist side of the family. George McPherson has declared that the game is over for New Zealand. And Kieran Roseblade says, if you held the final of the World Test Championship in Pakistan, India would never win it.
Wow.
A good point.
Well, if you hold it in England, they're unlikely to win it. It seems. So far, anyway. Well, they always come over undercooked as well. And next year, if they're in it, it'll be a warm-up for the series against England as well. Wokes is now going to have a little bowl. And we'll play him a little jingle. He sounds a bit like this.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
I kind of get the feeling with Chris Wokes that he's kind of got into this I'm not very good away vibe.
Yeah.
Is it enjoying taking on the mantle and trying to disprove it at the same time without letting it stress him out for a change? Wokes is in anyway, and Mitchell drives all the way up to long off, but decides not to take the single. We're in that time of the game. It's an eternal little bit of cat and mouse until the last wicket falls.
I think Wokes has bowled very well in this match.
I think he has. 3 for 30. Shabby.
He didn't get any wickets in the first innings, did he? But
no, he didn't.
I still thought he bowled pretty well.
Bowled all right. England were a bit... Their bowling was not particularly good in the first innings. They've been a lot sharper in the second. I mean... ooh, that's flashed down to long off. Is that a fantastic catch? No, it's not. It's been spilled and gone out towards cover. I think it carried, but I don't think he grabbed hold of it. And Mitchell moves on to 49.
It was a difficult chance if it was a
well,
chance.
it's one of those ones you've got to run in and catch. It's Bryden Cast.
Oh, he wants a 6 for, doesn't he? He's just dropped it so he can get the extra wicket.
It's... Oh, no, it's kind of died on him, doesn't it?
Don't think it was really a chance.
It was a very tough chance.
A quarter chance, perhaps.
Yeah. Wokes in, pulled out to deep mid wicket by Mitchell, who then doesn't take the single. If any of the bowlers that you would...
There.
Huh?
He's missed out on 50.
Well, exactly. If any of the bowlers you'd let O'Rourke face, surely it would be Wokes, wouldn't it?
You'd have thought so. But he probably thinks, well, I can afford to wait at least one more ball before I get my 50. Because they've got no one up to stop me running.
Well, here comes Wokes bowling at Daryl Mitchell, who dabs it into the offside. I think he has run that time. He has, and he's got his 50. Fourth ball to the over or the fifth? And you never know with the timer. It was the fourth. And he does get himself a 50. Gets a little jingle for that.
Don't stop just 'cause you got to 50. Don't stop. start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done. Ooh, don't
Well,
look
go Troppo now and just belt the ball everywhere.
Huh?
He can just go Troppo now and just belt it everywhere. He's got
Well, yeah, he should give it a go. That's into the pads. And O'Rourke clips it down towards long on. They run one. They probably should have run two.
That was a bizarre thing.
Because
they just got him off strike.
He just got him off strike, exactly. Now you got to get him off strike again. Well, the question is can Cast carry on? He's bowled how many overs at the other end?
Quite a few.
He's been bowling since the start, isn't he?
Yeah, I believe so. Well, you probably only bowled about 10 overs an hour. Maybe a little bit more. I'd love to know what's wrong with Stokes. Is there any more news on Cricket Info? I suppose they don't. Actually, he's out on the pitch. So we won't know until.
I don't think we'll know
We won't
until lunchtime.
probably know until lunchtime or the close of play. Yeah, whatever comes first. Wokes is going to bowl at Mitchell, and he gives it a big heave. Ooh, I think he got an inside edge onto pad and it ballooned up in the air but didn't quite carry to mid-wicket, and there is no run, and that does indeed end the 63rd over. So winner will have to face the next delivery, whoever that be. Gus Atkinson, isn't it, the other end side now?
Atco, yes, I think it is. Yeah, because Wokes took over from Cast, didn't he?
Yeah. And Atkinson took over from Stokes.
Yep.
Mog, what's going on
So I
out
was just
there?
thinking if there was any Stokes news, but Pirate Badger says, I remember a joke about having kipper vindaloo for breakfast in Red Dwarf. I'm sure that would be delightful.
Kipper Vindaloo.
That sounds a highly dangerous combination.
Ramit Taneja says, Mitchell, another player who scored who's not picked in the IPL. Britishers and Kiwis are totally talented players at the comparison of corrupt Asian players. So, is it just the players who are corrupt, or is it the administration?
Well, good point.
And Mr. Rolite says, I'm discovering that Root is now second on the list of all-time test catches with 207, just 3 behind Dravid. If you play 800 tests, you may have to take a catch or two.
Indeed. Well, Atkinson's going to continue. He's going to be bowling at O'Rourke. Is he bowling over the wicket? He is bowling over the wicket. Oh, and he's bowling short, and there's a short leg, and there's a slip, and there's a couple of people floating quite close on the offside. O'Rourke managed to get on top of that one, but he didn't look very comfortable, and there is no run.
Yeah, they should do a stat of catches per 100 tests with a minimum of a certain number of tests. That would be a better indicator, wouldn't it?
Well, possibly. I think that might caught him on the thumb on his bottom hand, actually. And O'Rourke facing up. Atkinson in short again. Flashed at by O'Rourke. Missed it. Goes through to the keeper and there's no run. Mitchell done alright to get to 50. Very slow last night. Not sure it's done them any favours in the long run because they've only 50 odd ahead. So
Mitchell has faced more than 100 dot balls.
yeah, exactly that. All well and good.
Cow and dot ball ton.
Well, but only 58 runs ahead. Could try to score some more runs. There might be 90, and it may all be pointless in the end.
In fact, it's quite a few more because he got a few 2s and 3s. So
that's defended into the offside. There is no run by O'Rourke. He's doing all right, facing up against Atkinson. He's got a 1 for 52 in 16 overs. So, just over 3 and over. And
his dad will be very proud of him, though, won't he?
yeah, a good start to his Test career. And Gus Atkinson is in, and Yeah, I don't know what O'Rourke was doing there. It wasn't really short, and his bottom hand off the bat looked really uncomfortable. I think it just hit the pad and ballooned up on the leg side, and there was no run. Yeah, it doesn't really like up him. It has to be said. It's our man O'Rourke.
Who does?
No. Well, some do. Something like pulling and all that nonsense. Atkinson is coming in to bowl to O'Rourke. Short again. And that goes through to the keeper and there's no run. 2 for the over. Are we going to get a Yorker now? Did he bowl in with a Yorker in the first innings?
I don't know why he doesn't just bowl Yorkers. I'm sure it'd be far more effective.
Well, no, you don't want the batsman expecting the same ball.
Yeah, but I think you're better off bowling quite a lot of well pitched up balls and then surprising them with a bouncer than bowling a whole bunch of bouncers.
Well, it depends actually. At pace, no one likes a short ball, and if you're expecting that all the time, it makes other balls harder to play. You might as well bowl it all the time if people don't like it.
I guess so.
That's down the leg, so down the arse. Missed by O'Rourke through to the keeper. There's no run at the end of the 64th over. 215 for 9 and lead is 64. Mitchell on 50. O'Rourke on 1. Mog.
Take a breath. Des Reynolds asks, how many overs has Atkinson bowled?
15.3 or
15.3.
well, it
now.
might be 16.3.
16.3. Yeah. He took over halfway through a Stokes over.
Yeah, so you need to adjust accordingly.
Yeah.
Frank Rockefeller says, leg slip's a fine idea, but a remote possibility of a catch.
Well, you say that, Frank, but there's been quite a few over the last few years.
It's been
No one's going to catch it if there's no one there.
Exactly.
It was a virtually non-existent position.
For a
long
long time, and then it's become fashionable over the last 2 or 3, 4 years, and I've seen a fair few wickets go there. It's legitimate. Yeah. Wokes is going to continue. He's going to bowl up Daryl Mitchell. We're going to have a change at the end of this over. Fred is going to come back and do some ball by ball. Ditch will go back to doing the socials, and Will is going to come in fact. Abbey, as that's defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. Abbey was supposed to be here tonight, but due to the fact that he has to come from Brighton and this game isn't going to go all the way, it seemed wise to let him stay in Brighton, which is fair enough, I guess.
Oh, I wonder if he popped down to Brighton Rugby Club this afternoon to watch the Old Elanians have a nice little win.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
I did think of going to Brighton, and then I thought, nah, it was too much like hard work having been up all night last night.
Oh, Daryl Mitchell has done the old rampy ramp thing. As Wokes banged it in short and outside our stump. He goes right across and managed to get enough on it to get it over the keeper, down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs.
So am I doing socials and jingles there?
No, Fred can come
Fred
and
can do the
commentary and jingles. Yeah,
okay.
He can come and take over for me.
So I don't actually need to move then, I can stay here.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
Don't want to sit there too long, you'll get DVT.
Yeah. Wokes in. Oh, slower ball driven by Mitchell up to mid-off. They'll get 1, and an easy one. And finally, Mitchell has decided that yes, Wokes is slow enough that O'Rourke can face him. The lead is 69. It's not going to be nearly enough. Although they've managed to last another 10 minutes, so it's likely that this is going to go into the afternoon session. Which is a bit annoying, but hey, it's still going to be a reasonably early finish.
Someone consider it not taking your needs into account. Someone needs to have a word with you.
Yeah. Wokes is in bowls, and it's defended by O'Rourke. There is no run. 220 for 9, the Kiwis. England did the damage yesterday, really. 2 early wickets, and then they hung in there, and they really got wickets at valuable times when the ball didn't seem to be doing a lot, to be fair, and then every once in a while it would just do enough. The ball that got Kane Williamson was a ball and point, and the next ball was completely opposite. It did the opposite of what it did to Kane Williamson, and there was another 2 over this morning where the ball just did something for a couple of balls and then it does nothing again for a long time. O'Rourke defends that and there is no run. Last ball of this over, last ball of my spell. Fred will be in.
Catches per innings. Root is 19th on the all-time list with .726, or if you use my measure, 72.6% per 100 innings.
Yeah, okay. That is defended out into the deep. They will not take a single because O'Rourke was facing. Mitchell will be on strike for next over. Will is going to come in. Mog gives to give us a few socials while they all switcheroo. Mitch will then take over after you. Will, hello.
When Gibbs says, get cars on. Or back on. And Mr. Rowlight says, I'm not going to tell you who's top of the catches list because it's Piggy fucking Smith. So, highly appropriate.
Piggers. Yeah, I'm assuming that's excluding wicketkeepers. Must be.
So. And on that note, bye.
See you later, Mog. Right. Fred's on his way back in to elucidate us with his wisdom and what he thinks England ought to be doing.
Taking the last wicket.
That would be good, wouldn't it? As soon as possible, then we might not have to stay for lunch.
I think that's highly unlikely to be completed before lunch. You'd have 10 minutes between the innings and
you don't think England could
70 runs. Well, they could. First ball of Atkinson's new over, and this is guided down to third man by Mitchell. Is he going to take a single? I'm going to guess no. And no is right. Hello, Will. Welcome to the show. You're on mute. I'm not sure if there's our end at your end, but I can see talking but no sound. That's better.
I've been yammering away to myself.
Was it any
I
good?
was just saying hello. It's usually better if I'm muted, I'm not going to lie.
You've wasted all that good content on a muted microphone. 224-9 the score. The lead is 69. This next ball from Atkinson is short. Mitchell thinks about doing something, well, I don't know, maybe ramping it over the keeper's head and then decides not to. He seems to be looking to take singles off the fourth ball of the over and allowing O'Rourke a couple at the end of the over. He's faced 15 so far, O'Rourke. He's not looked too horrible, but he doesn't have a great record in Test cricket, it's fair to say. Averaging less than 2.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that's an average to be proud of.
As this next ball is slapped and cut, actually very nicely timed by Mitchell. It's got this dead square on the offside. And the fielder from third man tried to come round and could not cut it off. It's going to be 4 runs. Don't know what that was, but it's in the 4 cart, so we'll play it anyway.
Woeful long hop, actually.
Bit harsh.
Short, wide, and spanked.
Indeed.
Atkinson's taken 1 wicket. Not necessarily the fast bowler's favourite method of dismissal, having somebody caught at cow corner on the boundary. As this is a massive heave by Mitchell. He doesn't move his feet at all. He just waves the bat and misses the ball, which went between bat and pad and couldn't have been very far away from the stumps. Pope's appeals because he's just an idiot. But no question of a review. It went over the top, actually, of middle stump. So it makes sense what Mitchell's trying to do, really. The only chance New Zealand have at all is if he can somehow get 60 more runs and, have England chasing 130. Even then, they'd be well second favourites. This is attempted slower Yorker by Atkinson, ends up as a slow full toss. Mitchell doesn't take full toll, he just takes the single, having pushed it out to deep mid wicket. So 1 ball for O'Rourke to face at the end of this Atkinson over, and it needs to be full and straight, and most importantly, it needs to be on the stumps.
But yeah, I would agree. I'd say anything kind of, 120, 130, at least it makes it a game of sorts. Whereas anything less than that, it's kind of a formality.
Yep.
I think.
I would agree with you agreeing with me.
Yes.
Last ball, there's a lot of movement of the field and a lot of discussion. Stokes is still out there despite having come off in the middle of the over, and Atkinson is bowling it, and it's not at the stumps, it's outside the off stump. O'Rourke can leave it comfortably. Pope takes the end of the 66th over, 2-2-5-4-9.
Yeah, well, it's, I don't know. One gets a bit frustrated in these situations when you know you could get off to bed a bit earlier and England can't take the last wicket.
I'm not sure that's highest in their priorities.
No, but it's kind of highest in my priority.
That's fair enough.
They should be, thinking of me, I would have thought. But, there we go. Such is life. But, and also, it's going to ruin their afternoon of golf if they don't get on with it.
That is probably more of a consideration for them. We are going to have a change of bowling, an interesting change of bowling as well, because this chap is going to have a crack.
Bashir likes to attack. Bashir now in an England cap.
I was reading the other day, talking to spinners, that Rayan Ahmed's younger brother became the youngest player to get 10 wickets in a first-class match earlier in the year.
The youngest ever
Yep.
in the history of first-class cricket.
Yep, apparently.
Right.
16 and 100 and something days, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, well, Bashir has taken a bit of tap so far in this innings. He's gone for 47 runs off his 9 overs without taking a wicket. But I suppose the thinking is if Mitchell's going to try and hit the ball out of the ground repeatedly, there is a good chance of him mistiming one and hitting it up in the air. We're now...
Oh, he's been told off for
He's been
having
told-
sticky tape on his fingers. You've
Yeah,
got to take that off, son.
I thought he's got a plaster on his
Bowl with your
thumb.
Yeah,
His right thumb. The umpire has... I'm assuming it's the umpire, not the batsman.
that was the umpire there, yeah.
But maybe the batsman brought it to his end. Anyway, Mitchell, who has 60, will be facing up to Shoaib Bashir, who's going to be bowling right arm over the wicket. He's in now and bowls. No thoughts of a heave. That was just defended up to long on. But no single taken.
Somewhat weirdly, Bashir got wickets in the first innings and hasn't got any in the second innings.
Yeah, he was a little bit lucky to pick
He
up
was
4 wickets in the first innings.
Extraordinarily lucky, I thought. But
He wasn't bowling. He was bowling some really horrible deliveries as well as Bashir bowls again. This is a reverse sweep by Mitchell. He's timed it quite sweetly. Is anyone in round there? Yes, there is. So they may not have taken. Oh, they did take 1. They thought of coming back for 2. So Bashir's going to have a chance to bowl at O'Rourke. So I thought Mitchell thought there was an obvious 2 there, but a good bit of fielding down there at third man kept them to 1. Which of you is doing?
I think
who's doing social
doing
media?
socials, aren't you, Will? You doing socials? Will?
I thought I was summarising.
Oh, well, you summarise and I'll do socials. I've got socials available, so that's fine.
I can get them.
No, I've got them.
Okay, a lot of thought going into this field placing now with Bashir bowling to the number 11 O'Rourke. I think we've settled on a slip, a short leg, possibly a leg slip as well, or is that going to be 2 short legs? 2 short legs, that's Ben Ducky. Hey, I'm here all week. Bashir, well, we've cut away from having a look at the field, but yeah, he was a bit lucky to get 4 wickets in the first innings. No, we've just got 1 short leg as this ball is full and straight and O'Rourke defends.
I better get this tweet in quick before Bashir takes the wicket. Mayank says, New Zealand has a great chance to do the funniest thing ever and score 100 to 120 more, all Mitchell, and then best England. Well, possible.
I'm not sure that would be the funniest thing ever. His next ball is edged and just wide of a diving slip fielder. It was a genuine outside edge. And who's that, Brooke? That slip. Couldn't get there. It would have been a comfortable catch for second slip, as it is. O'Rourke. What, they didn't take a single? What's going on? I don't know.
Getting towards the end of the over, I think.
There's some muddy thinking.
Seems.
Bashir had a touch of the Dom Besses in the first innings, bowling just full tosses and long hops for a while. He wasn't sure how it was coming out of the hand at all. Now, no, they did take a single, so Mitchell is on strike, and all the close fielders have disappeared. This one is down the leg side. I think it caught the thigh pad. Goes to short fine leg, no run. and there's one ball left of the over, so they're going to try and. It's pretty tedious, this giving singles, stopping singles. I know why it happens, but I just think it's often quite boring.
And strange.
Let's see if he can bowl a bouncer over his head and then get away. There were some spin bowlers in years gone by who did bowl the occasional bouncer. Phil Edmonds once bowled 2 in a row and I think he got caught no ball by the umpire or something. Bashir to complete the over to Mitchell, who is looking for a single or 3. He's in now and bowls, and it's a reverse sweep. It's chipped up in the air, and he's going to get 4 actually. So he's going to get 4 runs, but he's not going to keep the strike. And I think England would have settled for that.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think they definitely would have settled for that.
Okay, socials.
Socials. Gary Weissman. Any guesses on how many overs will it take England to knock down the total?
Well, we don't know what the total is.
No, that's true. I
Yeah.
guess we could make a guess at how many they'll get, and then
New Zealand
How
could
many
bat for
overs?
another day and 3/4 for a draw.
that's possible. Yes, that would be funny. I think that'd be funnier than Mayank's idea.
It would be funny. I don't think the Bear would find it funny.
No,
Um,
don't think any of us would find it. We've got a lot of extra hours in.
the lead is now 80. And O'Rourke is on strike to whoever's going to be bowling this new over. Who bowled the last over? It was Atkinson, wasn't it?
So I'm not sure whether Tony was just convinced that there wouldn't be need for a 5th day, but I haven't seen any sign of a 5th day rota at all. So
Oh, I've seen one.
Oh, you
but
have seen
but
one.
it was 4 days
I've
old.
seen
So
right.
But I think it will have changed quite a lot if we actually get to that.
We've
point.
got 2 slips as Wokes will be bowling to O'Rourke, and he edges this along the ground to the second of those slips. There's still a big gap between the two. This is good. This is old-fashioned cricket. This is a seam bowler bowling to a number 11 with a couple of slips. I don't think Wokes is going to be trying anything clever. No short stuff. No round the wicket. Just keep dabbling away at the off stump or just outside. And
you wonder if the statisticians who got all the information about where the ball goes off the edges and stuff have worked out they're actually going to get more catches with the 1st and 3rd slip than the 1st and 2nd.
maybe they have. As this next ball is full and straight. O'Rourke looks comfortable. He gets in behind it. Wokes is not quick. He's not going to put the fear of God into a batsman as far as his physical safety is concerned, but he's a skilled bowler nonetheless. I don't quite know how he's somehow been turned into England's number 1 opening bowler from sort of being second change. But that's what he is. That's what happens when the people above you retire. You get your shot in the limelight. He's in again and bowls now. It's a shorter ball, so he's proved me completely wrong. And O'Rourke, who's quite a decent sized unit, ducks underneath it.
Mike says
Yeah.
only 18.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, you're doing this, aren't you?
No, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm doing this. Yeah, Mike
After you, Claude.
Yeah, Mike says only 18 overs left in the.
The mic.
18 overs left in the session with 16 minutes remaining.
What? This is outside the off stump. O'Rourke doesn't have to play. Attack the stumps, Wokesy. You've had 4 balls at him. There's none of this setting up lark. He's a number 11. He can't bat. Just knock him over. But again, it's such a placid paced wicket that even the number 11s are having not much difficulty getting behind the ball.
Apparently, according to Mr. Rowlight, both Ollie Robinson celebrate their birthdays today.
Really? This is Fuller and Strater, and O'Rourke drives this quite pleasingly up to mid-off. Doesn't look in any difficulty at all. It was basically a half volley on off stump, but it was what I was asking for, a straight ball, and he coped with it admirably.
George McPherson says England continuing with their habit of struggling to wrap up the opposition innings. That is true, and they have struggled a lot in recent times to get rid of 9 and 10.
I mean, you'd hope that kind of anything under 100 they can knock off in an hour, but
Wokes completely over, and O'Rourke has no difficulty at all defending it. So he's played out a maiden there from Chris Wokes. 68 overs gone, 231 for 9. Will, what great ideas have you got for how this England can take this last wicket?
Well, I think they're doing the things that they should be doing. I would try some sort of funny, really close infields and a bit of Bashir. I think maybe see if Joe Root can do anything, because he's not actually had a single ball. I don't think he's had an over this entire test, has he?
I don't think so. I don't think he's really needed to.
No,
No,
Joe Root's sole use. Sole thing he's done in the test is take a catch just now. That's the only thing he's done in the whole test.
He's got more catches than runs.
Yeah.
In this match so far, Bashir is going to stay on, and he'll be bowling to Mitchell. It's a very different game depending on which batsman is facing. He's round the wicket now to Mitchell, who just plays it on its line to backward square leg, doesn't take a single. And Bashir, the round the wicket line from the off spinner is more useful when it's turning. But let's see what happens now. Again, it's on leg stump, and again defended with the leg side, no run.
Yeah, it's a strange form of attack in this situation.
Well, the attack is defence, and let's see whether he gets himself out.
Yeah.
They could also go for that plan, the sort of half in, half out fields.
This time Mitchell does take the single off the third ball of the over, having played it to a similar place as the last delivery. So he's decided that Bashir is not going to prove too much for O'Rourke to cope with. He's given him 3 balls of the over. If you're giving him 3 balls, then it sort of throws this whole giving the single business
why didn't
into
you just give him
disrepute,
4?
doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty pointless.
Weird.
They're having a long chat, the two batsmen. O'Rourke is virtually a head taller than Mitchell.
He's a tall boy, isn't he?
But he's got a pristine helmet. It looks fresh out of the box. I don't think it's ever been hit, and I don't think Bashir is going to be the one to hit it. There's 3 balls. Let's see what the field is like. There should be a slip and a short leg. There is, as this time O'Rourke leans well forward and defends to cover. No run.
He's got some reach, hasn't he? He should be able to cope with Bashir as long as he gets forward.
Didn't Danny Morrison, who was a famously awful New Zealand number 11, once bat a long time to save a test match against England? I seem to recall he did. Bashir bowls again a little bit shorter. O'Rourke goes back into his crease, but again comfortably played down into the ground, into the leg side. No run.
What is the longest number 11's batted to save a test?
It's a tricky question.
There are quite a few long number 11 battings.
I suppose you've got that thing of like the timeless tests probably.
Well, then they wouldn't have saved them really
that.
if they're as this is an outside edge which goes down to third man. I don't think they're going to take a single off the last ball of the over. They don't. It's a dot ball. 69 overs have gone. New Zealand 232 for 9, lead by 81. Ditch any socials?
Socials. That's a good point. Hang on a second.
Whilst Ditch finds his way into his phone.
Will O'Rourke isn't even a Kiwi.
Is he not?
He's from Kingston upon Thames in Surrey.
Oh, there
That
you
is
go.
true.
That's true, yes. Stokes and O'Rourke are playing against their country birth. O'Rourke was born, yes, Kingston.
Ooh, okay.
That's from George McPherson. Man, can George McPherson fully up on the O'Rourke saga. So,
Kingston upon Thames.
His dad's from Limerick or something, isn't he?
Oh no.
I don't know. Oh, actually, if there's anybody who should be the genealogist of guerrilla cricket, he's sitting to my left. To know where people come from and who they're related to. Anyway, Wokes is going to start you over to Mitchell. It's going to be right arm over the wicket, not a fielder in sight. This is a slower ball, full outside the off stump and driven out to deep extra cover, and no single will be taken.
MKD says declining that single means O'Rourke misses out on his top score. Mank. The over rate today is absolutely pathetic. Well, it's been pathetic for the whole match.
Well, I mean...
the longest 10th wicket partnership is 198. I don't know if that's 198 balls or 198 runs, but...
This is a good...
I assume that's
full
balls.
A Yorker, very deep into the crease, and Mitchell did manage to jam the bat down on it. Shares a joke with the bowler who thought that might have gone through for a brief instant, but it didn't.
Oh, I vaguely remember that. Innings actually. And the man says by Anderson and Root in 2014.
Oh God, that
Nottingham against India.
That was the worst pitch in the history of the world. I can't remember who the terrible Indian tail ender was who scored runs in that game as well. It was just an absolute featherbed. Bowlers couldn't do anything on that. Wokes in again, possibly another slower ball, or maybe he's just not a very quick bowler. Mitchell defends to third ball of the over. He'll be looking for a single now, I would imagine.
That wasn't when Jimmy got his 80 odd, was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And who was the Indian who scored runs as well, who also can't bat?
That's...
Yeah, that bloke. I can see him, but I can't think of his name.
Oh yeah, I know exactly who it is.
Wokes in again. This is short and wide and cut out to deep point. This time, I'm pretty sure they will take a single. They do. It takes them a long time to get down the other end.
So I'm a bit confused now. Mr. Rowlight says, actually, it's one Ollie Robinson's birthday today and the other tomorrow. They're both on the 1st of December, which has already arrived in New Zealand. So I'm not quite following that. Perhaps that means...
Well, that means it's in England. It's not 1st of December yet.
Ah, right. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 1st of December in 8 minutes.
Ah,
yeah.
Right.
In New Zealand, it's the 1st of December, like
already.
1978 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 slips go in, probably a short leg as well. 2 balls left in the over. A lot of dithering over the field. I saw a World Test Championship table a couple of weeks ago. It's probably changed since then, but England would have been in second had they not had their points deducted for slow over rates. So if they don't get to the final, which they won't, they may have only themselves to blame. As Wokes bowls again, and O'Rourke comfortably gets on top of this and plays it to point. No run, 1 ball left of this Wokes over. We're going to have a delayed lunch if there's still 9 down, which I think somebody needs to wake up Tony and get him to shuffle around with the rotors, because you play a possible extra half hour.
Yeah, oh yeah, we will.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, are we just going to sort of play this through the 3 of us?
Just wibble.
Yeah, we'll just have to carry on. We'll have the hardship of it and hope they get out.
Yeah, I think we can claim for overtime though.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Wokes to O'Rourke, and that beats the outside edge. The first ball that has done something for a while. I don't think it moved very much, but O'Rourke played inside it. It wasn't far from the edge of his bat, but the over is complete. 70 overs gone, and the score's just gone off the screen. Socials.
Richard Collins's unbeaten 68 against Pakistan in 1973 is considered one of the greatest innings by a number 11 batsman in Test cricket history, by somebody anyway. Shami and Bhuvaneswar were the Indian batsmen.
Bhuvi Kumar and Shami, yes.
Yeah, who both scored 50. I presume that's one of the 10th wicket partnerships. Mank says 198 was in a test in 2014 by England versus India. What a total waste of a test match. Mohammed Shami made 51 not out. Bhuvi Kumar made 63 in the second innings. Shami made 51 in the first innings.
Okay, Bashir's going to start a new over. Right arm round the wicket to Mitchell. And stop me if you've heard this before, but he pushes it into the leg side and doesn't take a run.
There's a lot of this 10th wicket stuff. Devon Malcolm made a magnificently crafted 29. Mank asks the question that we've already answered about will they extend by 30 minutes, and they will.
Up to,
yeah, because obviously the wicket falls, they have lunch.
Bashir bowls, and down the wicket comes Mitchell. He's broken the shackles, he's lifted it high, he's lifted it straight. I think that's gone all the way. And
then
it
bounced off something and back in.
Has.
1, 2,
Well, he's fed up just pushing the ball into the leg side, and he's decided, I'm going to hit it out of the ground.
Styler boy doing the right thing, watching the test match live on TV, on mute, and listening to guerrilla commentary. Win-win. Quite right. What a way to watch cricket.
Absolutely. If you're enjoying our commentary, there's many ways to ensure that it continues by sending us money. The easiest way, if you're watching on YouTube, is click on the super chat. Means you give us a couple of quid when you give us or any amount actually when you write a message, and it keeps us going. Pays for things that need paying. Bashir bowls again, and this is going to take one. They're going to think of two as it's played into the leg side. The bowler himself fields. He goes out to the mid-wicket region, and he does manage to prevent the second. So the third ball of the over has gone for a single.
It means that we get time and a half for the extra bit of lunch.
Yeah.
Time and a half of nothing.
Yeah,
obviously, but
1.5 times
time and a
sweet
half.
fuck all. Yeah. 240 for 9. The lead now 89. If a wicket does fall, of course they will go off for lunch. But until a wicket falls, they won't go off for lunch until 12:30 our time.
Yeah,
which is a while yet.
Paul Higginbottom says, wasn't Ashton Agar a number 11?
He was, and he hit 98.
Yeah, but that wasn't in saving a match, was it? The original question was it had to be in...
Oh, Rourke opens up and he square drives Bashir, and this is going to be his highest score in Test cricket. It doesn't have the legs to get all the way to the boundary, but he's probably going to run 3. And I'm guessing that must be his first 3 in international in Test cricket, because his highest previous score was 2.
Yeah, and he can't ever have hit a boundary yet.
No, still hasn't.
Yeah.
So
I don't know what people are talking about. I think the lad's great. Stick him at 3.
Yeah. Well, England would pick him at 3 because they'll play anybody at 3 except Root, who should be. Well done, Willow Rourke. I may not be happy that 5 is his highest Test score, but he's got power to add, as they say. As Mitchell back onto strike, 2 balls left of this Bashir over. He's round the wicket again. It's short and an easiest single you like, as this is nudged past the umpire at square leg.
So I have to say, personally, I think the best 10th wicket partnership of all time was between and John Snow.
John Snow and Ken Higgs.
Yeah,
228.
Was it? No, 120, wasn't it? I don't know.
Oh, 128. Sorry.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was in an era when 10 and 11 didn't get runs at all, really.
And very rare that high 10th wicket partnerships are between 10 and 11.
Yeah.
They're usually sort of 11 and 6 or something.
Yeah,
or 11.
exactly.
Yeah.
Of course, the greatest last wicket partnership of all time is not up for debate, as this last ball of Bashir's over is defended by O'Rourke into the leg side, no run, and that is, of course, Stokes and Leach.
Yes, indeed.
And
Jack Leach, the greatest innings of all time.
Yeah.
The greatest one not out of all time, certainly. Yeah. Ditch.
New Zealand wouldn't in this position if they had wouldn't be, I think it's meant to say, wouldn't be in this position if they had taken the catches. That's very true. England might be in trouble if New Zealand had taken their catches. He's made, this must be O'Rourke, he's made 17 not out in first class. Good enough to bat at least 8 or 9 looking at this innings.
Well, let's not get carried away.
Dara Azizi says he's better than Crawley. Let him open.
I think what people also forget is, having an average of 2 isn't great, but he does have a Test average, which most people don't. So when he's
we're comparing him to other Test cricketers rather than just random people picked off the street.
But, I just mean for his own sort of self and whatever.
Woke starts a new over, and Mitchell drives this into the offside. Doesn't matter how sweet he's timed it, he's not going to take a run. Yes, and as we all know, he's not in the team for his batting.
There's a lot of stuff going on with this 10 batsman 11 and 10 and all this sort of last wicket stuff. Frank Rockefeller says, I vaguely remember Bob Willis got a 30 odd, and by definition it had to be the 10th wicket. That's true. I can't remember Bob Willis ever not batting 11.
I'm not so sure about that.
He probably did.
Woke's bowls a slower full toss, which Mitchell Well, he doesn't really time, but it doesn't really matter because when they're not going to take a single, it doesn't really matter what happens unless there's a wicket.
His brother lived round here. I used to see him and his brother on the train occasionally when going to work.
Who, Bob Willis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bob Willis's brother. And
started in Surrey before going to Warwickshire, of course.
His brother was just a slimmed down version of Bob. They were both enormously tall.
Did he have the same haircut?
No, his brother had kind of short black hair and Bob had the mop, of course.
Had an enormous... at his peak, he had just a huge afro.
Yep, not quite as big as mine, but yeah, getting on for.
Let's see what Wokes can do now. My guess, not much. He bowls a slow... carved down to third man. Is he going to take the single? No, he's not going to take the single.
It's all a little slow and painful for so many reasons. Largely because England can't take this last weekend, means we're just going to have to hang around for that bit longer.
Look at them all converge.
Oh yeah, look.
The fielders coming in from parts distant to attempt to save a single. Is he going to try a big shot? Oh, let's have another little chat. God's sake, just get on with it. We know what's happening. Just do it.
They've converged quite early on in the over, though, haven't they? They've had a bit of a change of plan here, with 3 balls still to go.
Well, that's when he's been taking the singles of the 4th ball, as he's gone for a big shot and he's hit it over the ring, which is saving the one, and he's carved it to corner for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Mitchell's going to get 100 here.
He might.
Yeah, I think he will. He needs 21 more.
I don't know.
I'm working on getting him out.
The ring remains in place to stop the single.
I think he's a 150 waiting to happen.
It's a slower ball on off stump, which Mitchell defends. 1 ball left of this over. And it's not as though O'Rourke's looked in trouble. So at some point, Mitchell's just going to say, take whatever runs are available and let O'Rourke just hold his end up. What's Wokes going to do? My guess is a bouncer. No, it isn't. It's a slower ball which is heaved up in the air. There are no deep fielders. I'm not sure if that's cleared the boundary. No, it hasn't. It's bounced just short. 4 runs, end of the over.
And the lead goes into 3 figures.
4. Yep, ditch socials.
Oh, socials, yes. Hang on. My phone keeps... The timing on my phone has got a bit worse than normal. It goes... The screen's going off. I think the battery must be going, that's why it's happening. Oh my god, what's happened here?
Is that a super chat? We've got
Yeah.
a special jingle for super chat, so let's just play that.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Yep, Styler, who says here. I'm not sure what you were saying here too, because I haven't...
It doesn't matter because it was a super chat.
Right.
That's it.
Did Chris Martin ever face 31 balls?
I don't know.
I have no idea. Chris Martin is my cousin, by the way, just in case you didn't know. Mr. Rowlight says, this pissing partnership is now 10 sodding overs long.
Cars is back into the attack. Let's see if they like it up 'em in the old phrase. Should we play his jingle? Why not? Where's Bryden Cars? Here.
Stick your hopes of victory up to Brian Cass. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Brian comes a-calling, all your pleas will be falling. Stick it all right up your Brian Cass.
Messer says, morning all, I see only 22 overs were bowled in the first 2 hours. Was there some massive interruption, or are England just shit at bowling quickly? Well, it's a bit of both. There are a couple of shortish interruptions, and England are shit at bowling overs quickly.
Cass's next delivery is outside the off stump. O'Rourke is not tempted into a shot.
MKD, I have a soft spot for the low average tail enders. Tufnell's Bambi on ice defence against Warne. Devon Malcolm's 5-ball cameos, etc.
Devon Malcolm's main problem was that he couldn't actually see. He had very, very bad eyesight, which didn't matter much to his bowling, but I think it's fair to say it hampered his batting. As passes into O'Rourke, and this is a short ball which he ducks underneath. We've got a slip, we've got a leg slip, we've got a short leg, which is...
In those terms, Dev was a man after my own heart. I can't see for shit, but...
Can you bowl at that speed?
Bowling-wise.
Yeah.
No, not 90s, but sort of mid-80s.
Oh right, that's pretty sharp. Bryden Cass, he's picked up 5 wickets in his innings. He's bowled well, 5 for 42. He's in his 19th over, and he'll be looking to knock over O'Rourke, possibly the one that comes back in from outside the off stump. No, that one starts outside the off stump and stays outside. There's a little bit of lift there. Pope took it on the up. Titch is waving his phone as if he's got something to say.
Well, I'll have to get it in focus because I've got my wrong glasses tonight. Naman says, as we all know nowadays, draws are boring, but the only good draw I remember was in 2021, India versus New Zealand, when New Zealand had to play out 12 odd overs, and they had 1 wicket left. Ajaz Patel and Ravindra saved that match.
Those are great. Those are absolutely great, those games when they happen.
Yeah. I love a good draw myself.
A close draw which, went well. Cass in again, and this time it's edged, but he gets on top of it. He's a tall man, and he plays it down into the gully. No run. He's faced 5 balls of this over, and he's not looked in any difficulty.
Dara Azizi says Bob Willis made 2 first-class 50s. An England legend. He certainly was a legend.
Phil Tufnell made a 70 against Surrey, I'm remembering vaguely.
Seriously?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
It's only Surrey.
God, I love that.
I think he's got more than 1 first-class 50, Tufnell.
I remember Angus Fraser hitting a 90 against Surrey in absolutely no time at all. He wasn't much of a bat. Cass is coming round the wicket for the last ball of this over. Let's see what happens. It's short, but it's not short enough to trouble O'Rourke. He defends it. The end of the 73rd over, 252 for 9. The lead now 101, and this is going on forever.
Frank Rockefeller says mid-80s, not bad. And Styler Boy says, good old Styler Boy who just gave us a super chat. Here to my previous comment. Watching the test match live on on TV on mute and listening to Guerrilla Commentary, win-win, where you said a super chat was nice to support the channel, and
yes,
he
thank
did.
you very much.
Thank you very much, Styler Boy. You are a legend.
And don't let him be a legend on his own. You can join him by giving us money. We're quite mercenary. We'll read out any old shit that you tell, as long as you pay us to do so.
Yeah, we're going to need a bit more money soon once we have to move out of this flat, aren't we? I think our rent's going to be going up. So
it's coming.
Yeah, we could do with some cash in the bank to see us through if you love listening to us. What's all this? Lowest 4th innings totals?
In where? Anywhere.
Defended.
Right. There's only been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 under 120 in 150 years of Test cricket.
The lowest being
85.
The
44.
lowest. Yeah.
And they got 77 chasing 85. That was a good game. That was where apparently somebody in the crowd gnawed through his umbrella handle. That's how tense it was. Wokes is back. Mitchell's facing. I can't see any fielders within 30 yards, maybe 40 yards of the bat, apart from the wicketkeeper. So let's see how Mitchell plays this. He doesn't play it. It's outside the off stump and he leaves. Oh, we got another. So we got super chats coming in. I can see colours on the screen. Wait, let's play the jingles.
Oh, look at that! Whoa.
Super chat! A super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat.
So an amazing super chat from yesterday's winner of the money. G-Man Vancouver has donated his Canadian dollars. That's about half their prize from yesterday.
Terrific!
What an amazing
It's incredible.
thing.
That is unbelievable. Thank you very much.
Thank
Who was
you
that?
so much.
G-Man Vancouver.
Wonderful. Well, the next ball was short and wide outside the off stump. So short, in fact, that the umpire gave it as a wide. So this over is taking forever, and there's only one ball of it gone as Wokes is in again to Mitchell, who drives, and Wokes does well to field in his follow-through.
The legend that is Messi Jez, Jeremy Henderson, has also donated $10, saying simply because I didn't get to make a contribution to the GPL today.
The GPL must have closed. We didn't.
The Bear closed it when it got to 8
Yeah.
wickets. It has been closed. I haven't looked at the entries at all.
No, Joe Root is busy signing miniature bats on the boundary edge, which is good to see, but I'm sure he'd rather be in with his feet up and having lunch. And this is a waft outside the off stump by Mitchell. It was a short ball, and he looked to try and play it, sort of ramp it over Fairslip's head. He was close to getting an edge, but he didn't.
Chief Wardo says serious cheddar indeed. Serious cheddar indeed. Well, I think that must be one of our biggest ever super chats.
That is
isn't it?
surely the biggest. I know the Canadian dollar isn't worth very much, but even so, that is a terrific gesture, and thank you very much to G-Man, our friend in the Great White North. As Wokes bowls again, and this is lifted up in the air. Is there a man out there? Well, there is, but it bounces about 8 times before it gets to him. So just a single to Mitchell.
Steve Bruce says, who is in Bear Towers today and what's for lunch? Well, who have we got in Bear Towers? We've got the Bear, myself,
It's just the
Mr.
three of
Mitch,
us.
and
I believe
not
Jason
Fred.
Hiscox is due in at some point.
Oh, is he?
I believe so.
Well, I haven't seen him. Maybe, possibly. Yeah, no, he did say he was coming in. That's right. You're quite right.
But our schedules have been thrown
They have
into
been-
massive disarray with this last wicket partnership.
Somewhere Tony's pulling all his hair out.
Well, somewhere Bear's not showing his face because he knows he's going to get drafted in as we sit here for an hour with nothing happening. Wokes is going to bowl to O'Rourke, so maybe something will happen now. He's got 2 balls left of this over to make something happen. There is no slip. There is a gully and a short leg as Chris Wokes bowls from wide of the crease and wide of the off stump, and Pope takes no run.
G-Man Vancouver says, thanks for the exciting GPL yesterday, brightening a dark Canadian night for me. In the spirit of 50-50, here's half back.
Well,
Keep up the great work.
absolutely
That is
terrific.
absolutely amazing.
Yeah. It's not going to go in the GPL. I don't know whether we're allowed to put it in the GPL or not, but anyway, the important thing is you've done a wonderful thing, and we thank you for it. Last ball of Wokes is over. Can he pierce O'Rourke's defence? Or will Rourke's drift? No, I'm going to work on this. He tried to get out of the way, and in fact he managed to get down to third man, but he's not going to take a single. The end of the over, 254 for 9. The lead is 103.
Need to get that jingle out again.
Okay, let's play another Super Jet jingle.
YouTube Rap, Super Chat, no shipping unlike the bucket hat.
And more Canadian dollars. Anna Forsyth sends us 6.99 Canadian dollars. Happy to be upstaged by fellow Vancouverite. Here's tuppence from Gloom, Vancouver.
Hello to all our Canadian listeners. We love you.
We do indeed.
How are things, eh? Don't they finish every sentence with eh? Or is that just
I don't know,
something
maybe.
they don't like?
Vancouver's
Anyway,
a lovely city, and some of my relatives were the founders of Vancouver.
well, I've been to Vancouver, I've been to Calgary, I've been to Winnipeg, I've been to Toronto, I've been to that bit on the other side of Niagara Falls, whatever that's called. Cars.
And in fact, my cousin Amelia Boltby has been elected to the British Columbia Parliament in the recent elections.
Well, I'm sure you're all very proud.
Us Boltbys are very proud of her.
Cast to Mitchell, and he's driven that high in the air. Is there a man out there? There is, and
there
a
is.
catch is
Hooray!
taken.
Lunch!
This long session has finally come to a close. Mitchell has holed out for 84. Chris Wokes has taken that catch on the long off boundary. A wicket has fallen. The last wicket has fallen, and we're going to have The jingle. Where's the okay, let's play this one. Oh no.
No, it's not a
No,
ball.
no, please don't be a no ball or anything.
No, they're chatting about something else, aren't they?
Well, the batsmen are walking off, but some. But
No.
they've stopped walking off.
Stop walking off.
Oh, they're being called back, aren't they?
Please do not be a no ball.
Oh, that's a no ball, isn't it?
No, it's nowhere
That's
near
not
a no ball.
No.
It's the most non-no ball of no ball in
Is
history.
it the
Oh,
side? Is it the side? Oh no.
No, well, they decided to
Oh,
have a
they
look.
were
There's
waiting
something-
to see.
They
him
were
check.
waiting to be told, because if they walk off the pitch, then it's too late. But I mean, it wasn't even close to being a no ball. The innings is finally over. I mean, England are in a strong position. Let's not underplay the match situation. They're going to chase 104 runs to win in the fourth innings of this game, which is a good place to be. But there was a little bit of frustration. Carter's got another wicket, his sixth of the innings, and we're going to take we're going to finish this up pretty quickly. Just read a couple of things.
I'll
and then
just
we're gonna
finish
have a
these
lunch
off.
break.
Everybody's very happy about this. Bear having a nap, Steve Bruce asked. I think not, but he might be. Mr. Rolite says, thank F. Narman, whoa! Narman, finally! Not that Jeff Thomas says, thank fuck for that. Mr. Rolite says, oh God, no! And Mank, ever confident, says 104 is still enough for New Zealand to bowl at. And Messi just says, pretty sure Ditch's cousins are also responsible for the colonisation of most of the world. Probably true.
Well, the bear seems to have disappeared, so I'm not sure what to play during the. I'll tell you what. I'm just going to play this, which is like 34 minutes of audio, random audio. I don't know what it's about, but we're going to be back after lunch.
Okay.
Where England are going to start their chase of 104 to take a 1-0 lead in the series. See you shortly.
Yeah.
From Gloucestershire to Leicestershire to the stratosphere, grab yourself a can of beer. Countyman, lend us an ear. From Arthurshire to Zubashire, even if you're a newbie. Welcome here. Welcome to Gorilla Share. Get out of bed and chair and head for here. Forget the spouse, kids and career. Fish will bring some atmosphere. Endo's bite ain't worse than his Berkshire. From Warwickshire to Worcestershire, still around or disappeared. They're part of the discussion here. Welcome to Gorilla Share.
Welcome to Gorilla Share. It's common form to start interviews with cricketers with some career statistics. Let me assure you that today I'm with a former player who has some very good ones as part of the all-conquering Warwickshire side in the 1990s under Bob Woolmer. However, he holds the US Certificate of Appreciation for his groundbreaking work using cricket as a force for good with the gangs in the most notorious areas of Los Angeles. He advises the Prince's Trust as a motivational speaker and broadcaster and a published author whose book, Wasted, was described by one reviewer thus: not so much a kiss and tell as kiss, have casual sex, get stoned, drunk, divorced, unemployed, homeless, penniless, and then tell. Although written 12 years ago, it is a rattling good read, but it also contains thought-provoking wisdom born out of experience. Life says its author is a work in progress. Life gave its author a second chance, which he continues to grab. Paul Smith.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for hosting us today, because we are here at Edgbaston in your room. So I'm welcoming you to our show. You are, in fact, our host. So
welcome to my room.
Welcome to your room. Now, one of the themes that you recurs throughout the book is around confidence and purpose. You say it's something that you need in all aspects of life. Tell us just a little bit in your way of thinking about life and cricket, why you focused on so much on those two thoughts in the book.
Confidence and purpose. Well, from a sports perspective, that when you're confident and you understand your purpose, then that's probably when you'll get your best results, or it's certainly when you'll be able to analyse how things are going and either put them right. You'll be able to put them right better if you have those two things, and if you're lacking in them, then you have to need to grasp them fairly quickly in order to turn that corner. I think in everyday life, the people that I've met who lacked confidence and purpose needed the most guidance. Often that's the excluded. They could be of all age groups, and sometimes people driving around in the best cars, wearing the best suits, also lack confidence and purpose. So I think it's about identifying what you think your purpose is, what you think you can do to take things forward, and will make you and those around you more confident to a better future all round.
It's one of the things that, given the work you've done linked to cricket but imparting cricket, that I wanted to sort of talk to you about was, how do you think it comes to light in your activities now, and particularly how do you impart that to others?
If you talk about you talk about community work, and I think the more that you can give confidence to people, often people know what they actually want to do, but no one's actually sort of planted that seed in them that they actually can achieve that. And often the system will try and funnel you down the same places that everyone else is, because that ultimately comes down to figures. So if I were to turn around to you and say, right, I want you to go and work in an office for the rest of your life down the road, and you'll be there from 9:15 in the morning till 5:15. In many cases, I know that situation has been forced upon people because that's all about employment figures, when in fact I know that within 3 days they're going to be ringing me saying, this is the last thing on earth I think that I'm going to be able to do. So I would always say, don't put yourself in a situation where you know it's not going to work. I would always say, hang on a bit longer and try and find the opening that you're actually is going to fulfill you, at least to a happier society.
So are you finding now that are you still involved in people development with cricket as the core of kind of your doing that, or have you moved beyond cricket just to where people development is the kind of the main raison d'etre for what you do?
Probably in the last couple of years I've been more of an advisor, than a hands-on one. I'll give you an example of that. In the west end of Newcastle, my city of my birth, I've got a pal who has done amazing work for the best part of 40 years within the community, most of it not really acknowledged. However, in more recent times he's been involved with Chance to Shine right at the top. He wanted to put on an activity where it involved asylum seekers, the children of asylum seekers. It involved young kids who got too much time on their hands, too much time is being taken up by police officers, community workers, the court systems, etc., etc. So it's costing the city of Newcastle an absolute fortune. And he picked my brains about work that I'd done in townships in Soweto, and townships such as Soweto under apartheid, and then how further down the roads, say Bob Woolmer and I did a lot of work in townships during the dismantling of apartheid. So the art of communication, it wasn't just about bat and ball, it was about gaining confidence, it was about getting people to think differently, where the outcomes had to be different. If you talk about working in places like Compton or South Central or Inglewood or Watson, places in the States, ultimately you're not looking to turn someone into the next Freddie Flintoff. or Ian Botham, or, you know, obviously there's more recent versions of those guys. It's not about turning them into that. That would be a real bonus. It's about getting people to change their behaviour. So in the northeast of England, a guy called Russell Perry picked my brains. What have the outcomes got to be? I told him, if you want these outcomes, this is the sort of funding that you have to seek. You're not going to get sporting funding for it because that's not what the initial target was going to be. Over a 2-year period, he's completely transformed a community in the West End of Newcastle where you're probably saving millions in court costs, etc., 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 and in more recent times, Chance to Shine have jumped on the back of that. So it'll be seen to be a Chance to Shine project, but in theory, the guy that's actually done all the work is a guy called Russell Perry. So that's just one example.
Did it have a cricket connection prior to your involvement in terms of the project, or is it a community project that has embraced cricket along the way?
There was no project. There was no activity going on. He identified a part of the city where you would repeatedly read and hear about some pretty negative activity taking place, and he picked my brains as to whether I thought that was the sort of, because we know the city well, whether that was the sort of place where maybe some sort of activity should take place. So between the pair of us, we worked out what could take place, and then he did all the footwork himself. And as activities gain some sort of momentum, then what happens is if you get a few people coming this week, then hopefully if you can get, it's about giving people a good time, making them understand that you are there for them, and maybe they'll bring a few more mates next week, and then maybe they'll bring a few more. You'll lose a few along the way, but by and large, what you do is you gain the confidence of people within that community. People will become aware of the fact that these young people are not involved in acts of crime as they were up until relatively recent. That will then attract the attention of police forces because they'll see that whatever's taking place is starting to work. You then get parents actually supporting it because they can see that their kids are not getting into trouble, and before you know it, within maybe 12 months, within 2 years, you've actually got a real hive of activity, and hopefully it's acknowledged, and thankfully for Russell it has been acknowledged.
Yeah, one of the things you talk a lot about in the book is how cricket as a game offers many opportunities to teach people skills that go way beyond cricket. I mean, you cite the example of simply communication skills and trust if you're two batsmen working together. And that seems to have been a consistent theme for your work in the UK with the Prince's Trust, and when you went to Los Angeles and worked in sort of, as you say, into Compton, Inglewood and South Central, and some of the Crips gangs, the worst gangs out there. And what is it, do you think, that uniquely enables cricket to have that capacity?
Well, cricket will teach you how to work in pairs. It'll teach you how to understand team strategy. It'll improve maths. It'll teach. In life, lots of people look, but not many people see. With sport, or particularly cricket, it's very visual, and it's easy. If you're smart, you can teach people a lot just by saying, "Watch this, watch that." It makes people more observant. Cricket has so many. There's so much more to it than bat and ball. It teaches people patience. I think the key, if you talk about community activities and you talk about people who, in this day and age where most people are used to being able to get results with the blink of an eye, mobile phones or computers being a classic example, you Google something, the assumption is the answer is that it's absolutely correct. The thing with cricket is you can do absolutely everything right and still not get the results, and that actually teaches young people an awful lot. Well, resilience is hugely important. The fact that the game lasts as long as it does sometimes is a disadvantage in the modern world where everyone wants results in split seconds. However, it means that you are engaged with teammates and opponents for far longer, and there's many success stories. It gives you longer. The longer you spend together, hopefully the longer the bond is, the better the bond is.
The type of skill or coach that it takes to do that is not the traditional going into a public school and teaching cricket. It takes a different set of skills. Given that vision for the ability of cricket to impact those kind of communities and be that force for good and actually to turn lives around, what do you think differentiates someone best to communicate that from a typical cricket coach?
Well, a classic example. Well, it's not a classic example. If you think about Bob Woolmer, when he was coach here, he asked me to go to a cricket club in South Africa called St Augustine's. St Augustine's is Basil D'Oliveira's cricket club in Cape Town. In their whole existence, they'd never been allowed to play against white teams, which is why Basil came across here, to give himself an even chance of being able to progress as a sportsman and hopefully being able to go further up the ladder, which he did obviously by playing cricket for England. But Bob Woolmer said to me, I want you to come to Cape Town, a city I've been to many times. I want you to come to Cape Town. I want you to be the professional for a team called St Augustine's, and your job is to move the club, but more importantly the community forward. It's about much more than bat and ball and how many runs or wickets that you actually get. And at 6 months after I'd agreed to do that, at the end of that summer, he and I sat down in his garden, and I asked him why he'd asked me specifically to go and do that job, and he said because he knew how difficult it was going to be, because all my teammates, I used to be racially abused for being white, playing in a team of non-white people.
The first, or indeed the only, white player to play for that club.
Yeah, I was the first white player ever to play for St Augustine's, the first ever professional, and it was a hard gig. I mean, great people, great friendships to this day. We keep in touch all the time. I think probably it's become more apparent the work that was actually taking place then, without sort of pulling my own wire. It was arguably the biggest opening of my eyes that I'd ever seen, and I thought I'd seen a lot. I'd coached in South Africa in townships under apartheid, but this was actually the dismantling of it, where I would be racially abused by white people on the field asking me why I was playing in a team full of coloured people. What that actually did with me and my teammates is it made us grow stronger and stronger by the day. And if you were to speak to people at the club now in 2019, you'd actually get a fair indication of what we've gone through. But these people, had never been able to go into certain parts of town because they weren't the right colour. When we played cricket at Newlands, it was a pretty humbling experience for them because they'd never been able to go to the ground at Newlands and set foot on it. And I saw firsthand in our changing room what this was all about. It was a pretty humbling experience. So in many ways, my job was to go and run up and hit as many opponents as hard as I could with a cricket ball for what had taken place. Over generations, as it was to try and pull off as many results. But we couldn't play any of our games at home because the council, which was still a white council, they refused to cut the grass on the ground despite the fact it was a council ground. There was a dispute going on, and it didn't matter how many meetings or how many phone calls that got put in, it was just never going to happen. So we had to play all our games away from home. So when you've gone through all those sorts of experiences and people talk about trivial things that take place within sport, what you're actually doing is you're actually changing a culture. So how cricket transcends into everyday life and how you can change people's lives. That's a classic example that hopefully will be broadcast a bit more further down the line.
Fantastic. So, well, let's talk a little bit about your career and some of the influences. You've just been talking about Bob Woolmer, and in Wasted, you talk about influences on your career. You speak in glowing terms of him. Obviously, a very, very sad loss under terrible circumstances. Tell us a little bit about the man then, and how he influenced you and kind of led you through the ups and downs of life generally, not just cricket.
I actually coached with Wooly in Johannesburg when I was an 18-year-old kid. He was very, very close to Dr. Ali Bakr, and Bakr was trying to break down as many barriers as possible. So that would mean coaching in Soweto. So I would coach in Soweto. Bob would be up seeing Dr. Ali Bakr, and he would come into Soweto. Further down the line, I reminded Bob that I had coached with him in Soweto, and he said, yeah, I remember you were an 18-year-old who was up in the town drinking beer and this, that and the other. So that was my immediate impression with Bob. Probably when we met further down the line and he came to Warwickshire, he probably thought I was just a slightly older version of what he thought I was when I was 18. Bob's impact here at Edgbaston was massive. When he first came, on his very first day, he said, if I can make you 5% better people, you'll become better cricketers. And I remember sitting in that meeting and thinking, that's a really interesting way of sort of putting something across. He never thought, he always thought outside the box. He would always be curious as to how we could do things that opponents wouldn't spot, or if they had spotted it, it was too late, we were already all over them. He always encouraged you to develop certain, different skills, to be better at the ones that you had. It was always important to him not only just to practice the things that you were trying to improve on, but to continually practice the things that you were very good at, so that when you did something well, you knew why you'd done it well. And obviously at the same time you're trying to improve on your weaknesses, and over time if you practice enough and you give it enough thought, you'll be a much more dominant player.
So he coached you through that, through 94 treble season, I think. Was it 95 double season as well?
Well, he came in 1991, and I'm pretty sure he left at the end of 1994 to become the South African coach. In 95, Phil Neal was a coach here, and we did a double, but in theory, we were such a dominant group of people, never mind a dominant group of players. Between 91 and in the end of 94, that journey, that was 4 summers that he was here. Physically and mentally, it was probably the equivalent of 8 summers, because of everything that actually went on. We trained harder than anyone else. Obviously, the more successful you become, the more time you actually spend on the field or practicing before those big games, and the greater demands of you as a person that eats into your social life, because the more successful you become, the more demands there are on you as a person to attend functions and celebrations and all those sorts of things.
Yeah, that's again something that I think is quite interesting, because you it's almost as if, if you paraphrase or the tremolos, even the bad times are good. It's almost like even the good times can be bad, because one of the things you do talk about is so much demand, the intensity of playing the game, the demands on your personal time. If it isn't playing, it's club business, and almost that sense of untouchability and invincibility that works against where you go when that stops, that leaves you at a point, when the career folds down. It kind of led you for a while in your life, didn't it, into a probably potentially sense of lacking direction and feeling kind of a little bit bereft for what you'd lost, as it were?
I think when I came here as a young kid, maybe naively, I looked at what I was watching, and obviously you had Willis, you had Calacharan, you had the Uranuses, you had some fantastic players who were floating around. What you actually had was that, bear in mind this is a 14-year-old kid thinking this, I thought that there could be, I didn't understand why the team didn't win more, and then the more you watch, the more maybe you understand the fact that the reason that the team didn't win as much is, I'm not saying there's a split camp, but you've got batters who think one thing and you've got bowlers that think another. I remember distinctly, much as the same as when I met Willis when I was 9, and think I want to play in the same team as you. I remember distinctly, before I signed my very first contract here, thinking that by the time I leave here, I want to have helped turn things around so that it was a dominant force. And by the time I was 30, we'd actually done that. And where you actually go from there is quite an interesting. It's quite an interesting stage of your life when you've actually set out to achieve. If you're Jimmy Page and you put 3 guys together with you and you form a band called Led Zeppelin, once you've actually achieved what you've done, where do you go from there? And then Bob went, and I think that was pivotal, because everything changed. Despite the fact that he would always take your calls, he'd always reply to emails and whatever, life goes on. And within a very short period of time, I found my eyes drift. You know, if I wanted to go to America, it was a completely different part of America I wanted to go to. I wanted to go and spend time in Texas, which I ultimately did. But yeah, I mean, I think now in 2019, how players are looked after is probably very, very different to what it was in the latter stages of my career. Whether it's done correctly now in 2019, I don't know. Things like players' union advice and things like that. Whether they do it right or wrong is open for debate as well.
That again is one of the things I wanted to sort of chat to you about. Is in the November issue, I think, of the Cricketer, you wrote the open letter to Alex Hales, and you were very encouraging, whilst also chastising to a degree, but encouraging, pointing him in directions of ways he could move himself forward. It wasn't critical, it was understanding, empathetic, but also directional in terms of ways he could address that. Has he responded in any way to that article, just out of interest? You may not want to answer that. You may want to keep that between you if he has, but I'm curious to know.
I haven't heard anything from Alex Hales. I wouldn't expect to hear anything from Alex Hales. I'm not the easiest person to get hold of, to be fair. Although certain people at Notts who are affiliated with Notts, I've had a couple of people contact me from them, but they're not necessarily named people within their system. I think ultimately what happened with him, with me, I think that if you how can I put it? If you have someone sat in front of you that you know there are issues in their life, I think it's absolutely crucial to be able to relate to them. You see, I deal with life experiences. I would always deal with the person who sat in front of me. I'm not saying you're trying to play the role of a psychologist, but if you have been in a position where your job is a very public one, you have a lot of people who want to attach themselves to you because you are a well-known person. You may spend a lot of time on TV, you may be a personality of such. If you are an outgoing person, sometimes the temptations that are all around us are right, literally put in the palm of your hand. So he'd obviously fallen into a certain sort of situation in his life where within professional sport it seemed to be the antichrist, despite the fact that there are people from every walk of life who were doing exactly the same things. I wrote that article in the manner that I did in open letter form to Alex Hales. because if anything it would open up a way of thought for a reader. I mean, the easiest thing for Alex Hales and someone like myself to have a conversation is for someone to pick up a phone. What I was actually saying is, I've been there, done that. If you keep doing things the same way that you always have, the same situations will always keep arising. Where you say, the people that you surround yourself with can make or break your career, and the people that judge you within the sport, they don't really want you around too much, because they talk about sponsors, they talk about this, they talk about partners and whatever. When in theory, without the likes of Alex Hales, you might not have sponsors, you might not have this, that, and the other. You talk about a very disruptive person on the field. We're not all the same. Ian Botham used to say, you can't expect me to go home to my hotel room and wrap myself up in cotton wool when you see the way that... Well, that is, there's huge amounts of truth in that. So that's why I wrote it in the manner that I did. I could have written it in a completely different way, which would maybe not have the same impact.
One of the things that I'd say quite impressed me about it was very, what's the word, the right way, kind of collegiate. So it wasn't, as I say, critical in any way. You actually named people, like the coach who's going to be, is it the Knots Outlaws? No, whatever they're calling 100 outfit to Trent Bridge. You pointed him in the direction of people you knew he would, Stephen Fleming, who had trodden a similar path or had similar issues, because you knew the opportunity would be there. It was almost as if he had come to you and if he had said, I could do with a bit of help, it's almost as he asked you that question, because it was very practical help you were giving him. It wasn't just theory. You were saying, talk to this guy, talk to that guy, here is an opportunity. And it was just very encouraging. That's what I thought. It was quite a warm article to read, because the criticism was there, but giving him the tools with which to set himself on the right course was also there, and I thought that was quite powerful the way it was done, to be honest.
But you see, to me, that's quite obvious. But then you're talking to someone who has seen certain things in life. So a certain type of person, at times in life when someone has done wrong, they get a figure of authority put in front of them. There is a discussion that takes place where the person in authority thinks that they're coming from the right angle, when in fact probably the last person on earth who should be sat in front of the person who has issues in their life. The assumption also is sometimes that you bring in a sports psychologist or a psychologist and you sit down with that player, if we're talking about a professional sportsman, and often, yes, of course, they're the right person to be sat in front of. Have someone who's been in that very same position, both as a professional sportsman and fallen foul of, maybe, in this case, you talk about society's evil. Maybe they are the perfect person to actually sit with that person and sort of, I'm not saying embrace the circumstances in which you find yourself, but people do find themselves in worse positions than that. We're talking about someone who screwed up and it affected their professional career, hopefully the short term. Still, he's lucky he got banned for 2 weeks, and he immediately could walk back into a situation where he could earn handsomely. I think back in the day, what used to happen was there'd be a QC called Gerard Elias, who the ECB used to, and he basically used to sit there as a QC and ban people for 2 years, so you couldn't earn a penny for 2 years.
The 2-year ban, didn't you? Although it was the end of your career, so it was almost like
already retired. I retired because I knew there were issues in my life, and I knew that if I was still in professional sport, it was only going to make them worse. That's why I wanted to go and live in America, so I could sort myself out the way. And situations arose that shouldn't really have arisen. And before I know it, I was sat in front of the QC who banned me for 22 months. So any sort of possibility where I could earn decent money disappeared straight away. That now, further down the line, hopefully the people who were in charge there should realise that should have been he should have been the last person on earth who should have been sat in front of a professional sportsman, and he made hay whilst the sun shined, because he banned loads of people for long periods of time.
Yeah, so that's an area I think well worth exploring as we chat. I think because Alex Hales certainly. You can also look at cases like Alex Hebborn, Joe Clark, different kind of wayward behaviour. But young men in a team environment are never going to be angels. And it's never right to expect them to be, or to try to sit on the outside and expect there to be, this kind of purity of behaviour in young men who have, naturally energy to burn. When you kind of went through those challenges that you had, did you feel that you had enough support and guidance from the club that you represented, or did you feel that they should have given you more? And do you feel that maybe today that support and device is better and more accessible to players?
Support, support from Warwickshire. I think what actually happened with Warwickshire is I was gone, and then further down the line, when they realised I'd sorted myself out, they then played quite a big part in asking me to get involved in their community activities within this city of Birmingham. So they played a part further down the line. I think from a Professional Cricketers Association point of view, at that time, there was virtually no support. How you can really move forward in life. What the PCA did for me is they dealt with creditors to make sure that I didn't lose a house, so that I had that amount of stability. But now I think in this day and age what you've got is you have situations where before players retire there is a lot of advice that is on hand, so that they've got a basic idea of where the support is in the first place. But I think in my day and age that system wasn't there at all. I don't know if that answers the question or not.
I think it does. I mean, I know that having read the book, you went through some pretty tough times. You lost the access to your daughter, you lost your wife, divorce, and the mother of the daughter were unable to see the daughter. Clearly the issues with drugs and drink that you fought your way through. And I was just wondering, was there anyone at that time who was able to kind of at least try and help you, or as you were pretty much coming to the end of it, or at the end of your career, were you kind of a little bit cut adrift?
I think cut adrift is probably a fair assessment, but I think if you have a load of issues in your life, anyone who's gone through those things will probably we probably all say you find out who your mates are. Most of the people who were dominant in my life at that time had nothing to do with professional sport, and even
Well, hello, welcome back after lunch on the fourth day of this first test match between New Zealand and England from the Hagley Oval in Christchurch. I hope you've enjoyed that random bit of whatever it was that we played during lunch. I decided not to wake up the bear and get him to put something else on, but it was an interview of Tony, so I'm sure it was fantastic. I woke Bear up with the wonderful news that somebody had given us $100 Canadian super chat, which is possibly the biggest chat we've had so far. If you want to top that, it's very easy to do.
Well, we've had 2 super chats since then as well, Fred.
Should I play a super chat jingle?
Why not?
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
So Dara Azizi in Arizona has sent us $19.99 saying we can't have our gorillas homeless. Thank you so much, Dara. And Max Grace has sent us 20 Australian dollars. Says, evening gents, many thanks as ever for your comms, watching and listening on from a breezy Melbourne.
Well, we're about to start.
So good of you, thank you.
About to start the 4th innings of the game. We're going to jingle up the participants. This is the bowler.
It's only a whimsical notion to fly when it's in sound easier tonight. I probably won't fly with
Oh, did we get the final wicket? I didn't think we got the final
Yeah,
wicket.
we did get the final
Oh,
wicket.
right,
You were
I thought
long
about
asleep.
sleeping,
It
yeah.
was Cast took it. He got 6 in the innings. The batsman is this chap.
Zach Crawley was a cricket player, a damn good cricket.
Yeah, and the other batsman is this chap. Ben Duckett. As Southey comes in and bowls the first ball of the last innings of this match to Crawley, it's a gentle outswinger which starts wide and goes wider, and Crawley, who does leave the ball, unlike Duckett, leaves. So 104 for England to win, take a 1-0 lead in this 3-match series, and they are very heavily odds on to do that. And it may not take them very long. Alternatively, it could be an absolute cracker. Who knows? That's why we watch live sport. Crawley faces up to Southey again. This is a well-directed outswinger. It started on middle stump, just shaped away slightly, and Crawley defends it to cover, no run. Hello, Messi.
So hello, Fred. I missed most of this morning. Did England manage to drop any catches today, or is that?
I don't think so.
No, it's a flat wicket, and they had difficulty prising out the last few batsmen. Mitchell played well, and we had a bit of tedious cricket where they're giving singles and this kind of thing. This is Crawley opens up and square drives. I don't think there is. Oh, there is somebody around there. There was a sweeper at deep point who fields, so Crawley is off the mark with a single. England's first run. But yes, it just looks like you could play on it for another 4 days and it would still be a pretty good wicket.
Yeah, it's a pretty flat track, isn't it? You're very odd doing something else about it.
Yeah.
And we're trying some funky things, basically none of which had any good effect for them at all. And the wickets they took were traditional cricket, you might say. Southey into the left-handed Duckett, and I think he must have beaten the outside edge. Duckett couldn't have left it because he doesn't leave. So chalk and moral victory up there for the bowler.
The over rate looked extraordinarily slow. 22 overs in the first 2 hours seemed even worse than usual.
Yeah.
It was a lot of, because of the moving the fields in and out, left hand, right hand. We also had a couple of odd breaks. Stokes came off in the middle of an over, couldn't carry on, but yet stayed on the field to field.
What was wrong with Stokes?
Don't know. Sorry. This one beats Duckett. I think he played.
That was a cracking
He played
delivery.
inside the line of an in-swinger. I'm not quite sure how he did that.
And kind of missed his stumps by a lot.
No, it must have been pretty close to off stump. Well, if New Zealand are to make this into an interesting game, they need to get a couple of wickets very early, and that wasn't far from the junction of off stump and off bail.
So sorry to deal with production stuff now. Are we just going to go back to the original times? So
I've no idea. Down the wicket comes Duckett, and he aims a big heave over the bowler's head, misses the ball completely.
Yes.
Right. I'm doing a half an hour and then going. Ditch is taking my second slot. The rest of it is just as long as it takes. Just keep going, lads. I'm behind you all the way.
You're too good, Fred.
But no, we have agreed amongst us all we're getting paid time and a half for this, so that's good.
Yeah.
What's 1.5 times fuck all? Anyone idea?
Sunday. Tries fuck alls.
Fuck all.
More fuck all.
Yeah, who's going to bowl from the other end? Is it going to be the big chap?
Can't remember.
Matt Henry, probably.
Yeah.
Is that Matt Henry? I think it is Matt Henry.
You can never trust a man with 2 first names. Matt Henry.
First ball to Crawley is defended up to mid-on. No run.
Interesting question from Daniel Keppel Music. Says, good interview. I'd love to hear the end of it. I think probably if you go to podcasts on the Gorilla Cricket website, you'll find that. Is that not correct there?
I don't know.
I don't know which one it was.
The next ball is on leg stump. Crawley tries to turn it in the leg side, misses it, and it hits him on the thigh pad. It was a chat with Paul Smith.
Crikey, that was a while ago.
It was really old, yeah, but it was the only thing that was like over half an hour, so I just stuck it on. Because you were asleep, and I decided not to wake you up.
Fair enough.
Henry
It's
to
been a long
Crawley.
day.
full and straight and driven, not timed. He tried to drive it in the offside, caught the inner half of the bat, went to mid-on. Dot ball. Henry took 4 wickets in the first innings. How many of them were caught behind? 1, 2... Oh, one slashed down too long on. And the next ball is defended. And what was the fourth wicket? Did he get the last wicket? I don't remember. I think he did get the last wicket, yeah. Bashir just lifted one up in the air. Didn't go very far, but went very high. So, Henry into Zach Crawley. It's full and straight, and it's driven and caught and bowled. He didn't move his feet. He had a static drive at that. Again, was slightly turned inside out, went straight back to the bowler, caught it with 2 hands. England's first wicket is fallen with only 1 run on the board.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Oh,
is it game on, Bear?
No. Yeah, Crawley reverting to type, really, isn't he?
That was a good catch.
It was a good catch.
And his follow-up, it was a good height for him. I thought he took it in 2 hands. He actually took it in 1. You see those go down quite often. But who's England's number 3? Well, we know it should be, but who it actually is this chap.
Jacob Beatles, born in Barbados, now he plays for the English team. They say that he is an all-rounder, but that remains to be seen.
Blimey, it says this jingle is 1 minute and 40 seconds long. That must be a mistake.
It is.
Yeah. Because it's a Mog and not a Perco. If it was a Perco, it could be an hour and 40 minutes long.
No, well, it could be indeed, but no. Strange things happen to occasional jingles that come through.
Well, are we heading for a classic test match with a low-scoring 4th innings? I don't know, but super chat us and we'll read out whatever you tell us.
So, we do have a few chats. Scott Harrison says, thinking of tail enders when England won the Ashes in 2005, number 9 was Hoggard. Ray Paradine says, G-Man Vancouver gave $100 Canadian super chat. Is that the biggest super chat in Gorilla history?
When we work out what Canadian dollar's worth, we'll let you know. But please do try and beat it, because that would be great.
Yeah, I think it probably is the biggest super chat we've had. Canadian dollars probably worth.
I think it's about 50 quid.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. It's about the same as the Australian dollar.
Henry round the wicket to the left-handed Bethel, who sweetly drives it actually, but can't beat mid off. And that's the end of the second over. England, chasing 104 to win, are 1 for 1.
So the Canadian dollar is worth a little bit less than the Australian dollar, so it's probably about 45 quid, but it's still very generous.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a lot of money coming in from Canada today. Anna Forsyth also super chatted us.
Excellent. Will Reynolds says it's on. Mayank says game on. Steve Bruce says just lying in bed with you guys on. Nothing better than this. I mean, nothing tense. Nothing. Tense stuff. Namar says my heart says Stokes says to play a match-winning knock. Oh, yeah. And Mog says there's an issue with some of those jingles in that they are higher pitched than they are supposed to be, so the dodgy time mark might be part of it.
Don't make excuses, mate. Yeah. Just sort it out. It's always someone else's fault.
Indeed it is.
Right, so Bethel and Duckett will be...
That was the first ball, Fred.
Oh, Mr. Ball
went
past the outside edge.
Southie
Southie in again to Duckett. This is a straighter ball and Duckett defends. So Southie's gone past the bat a couple of times. In fact, very little went past the bat this morning from the England bowlers to the New Zealand tail enders and Daryl Mitchell. Obviously, England were bowling with a 40 or 50 over ball, which is very different when it's a kookaburra. But
Mog comes back with you can all get fucked then. Can you let Jason in too, please, Fred?
What, at the door?
Oh, no. Jason was supposed to be coming in, I thought.
I thought he was coming in. This is another in-swinger from Southie. And defended by Duckett. Jason has been let in. we're going back to the regular time. So next change at 10 past. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And Ditch is taking my next slot. So thank you to Ditch. Jason, you'll be taking the BBB at the time. I'm not sure what time tea is. It might not matter. Southie bowls again. And what the fuck has Duckett done? He's danced miles down the offside, and he's ramped this over the keeper's head.
You're speechless, Fred. You're speechless.
What the
So am I.
the hell was that? It's a test match, mate.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
No respect.
That's just ridiculous. I'm sorry.
I agree.
I've just had enough. I mean, that might have been a wide had he actually stood in his normal position. That's how far outside the off stump he danced. What's Southie going to come back with? And this one is flicked over mid-wicket. That's a really classy timed shot from Duckett. You see, you can play proper shots. And he has done, and it's another 4.
There's not one more for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
That was a really nice shot.
He stayed in his crease and he's just timed the pants off.
Well, he's put him off by doing a previous shot, hasn't he?
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, it's now 9 for 1. Duckett has stormed to 8 off 8 deliveries, having been 0 off 6. Faces up to Southie again and just dabs this down to third man. Is there a third man? Yeah, I think there is a third man. No, there isn't. No, somebody's come round from deep cover, so they're going to take 2 runs. That's the end of the third over. England are 11 for 1. Messi, what are people saying?
Ben McCormick says, morning all, this is awful, isn't it? Jay says, I gave 100 quid once when I was hammered.
Well, get hammered again, Jay.
Will Reynolds says 56p to the Canadian dollar. There you go. What snacks has the Bear provided this week, says Steve Bruce. And Hendo says, forget the arguments about who bats number 3. It seems Zach Crawley has decided poor old Jacob Bethel is actually an opener.
Well, that's the point about number 3, is Henry starts a new over to the aforementioned Bethel. It's a shorter ball and it's defended. Crawley has these spats of low scoring, and then he has, phases of high scoring.
Such is the way of the Crawley.
Well, would you prefer to have... I'll break off as Henry comes in and bowls and Bethel defends. Would you prefer to have an opener who makes 38 every single innings? Your 2 openers? I think you would.
Probably.
Yeah, I would.
Because
76 for 1 would be pretty handy. Or it would be 76 for 2.
Yeah, but if you could rely on them to just get, not get 0, 0 and 160. There's something to be said for the advantage of the team. This next ball is on the leg stump. He's coming over the wicket to the left-handed Bethel, and that's defended into the leg side. No run. Bethel yet to get off the mark. Just still his Test debut, of course. What did he get in the first innings? 10, was it?
10.
Yeah. So he's never been out for single figures. And the next ball again is defended. He's not bought into this whole Bazball thing about dancing down the track and trying to scoop it over the wicket-keeper's head. He's playing cricket.
Bloody hell, mate. Get in with a programme, so I say.
Well, they've picked him now, so... Well, he's got an inside edge. He's a bit lucky there. That couldn't have been far from the off stump. He just hung the bat out, and it's scampered away past the diving keeper and down to the boundary for one of these.
Back and slice.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
Went over the top of the stump.
Yeah, he wasn't in control of that at all. It was on the 4.5 stump line, and he just hung the bat out and caught the inside shoulder of the bat. Very often that clatters into the timbers, but it didn't this time. It's the last ball of the over is defended to leg side. The end of 4 overs are complete. 15 for 1, 89 still needed to win.
Now, word here change, but I'll just do a couple of tweets. Josh McPherson, I think, is happy in his misery. He says, what an awful start to the reply. Crawley yet again gets out cheaply. Should have got someone like Brooke instead of Bethel. And Steve Bruce says, how many beers is your maximum for a test match day there during your career? Whoa.
Oh, well, in the old days.
I don't know that we should go there.
Yeah, in the old days, I don't know. A good 10, 12. These days, I had the equivalent of 4 stubbies before lunch.
Okay.
Who's on now?
Well, it's supposed to be Jason, Mog, and not Fred.
Well, yeah, not Fred has been taken by Ditch, and that ball is driven hard back down the ground. And in fact, it will be 4 runs. Come on.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
Ditch will take over. Jason, are you supposed to be doing some commentary?
I am, yes. I'm taking over now. That was a lovely shot by Duckett as Henry comes in, and that's flapped a short ball. And has he taken it all the way? I think he has. Looks like 6 to me.
Let's see if we can do one of those then. Yeah, that's
Nicely in front of his eyes. He's got a top edge on it as he's hooked it.
Yeah.
Has that landed inside?
20 yards back, caught in the crowd.
South looks a bit disconsolate at that. What's he going to respond
Oh
with?
my God, Fathers!
Oh well, Duckett is doing Duckett things here. He's run down the wicket. He's tennis shotted that, smashed it basically to mid wicket, and it's very Ben Stokes like, and they take 2.
Yeah, he's learned that shot off Ben Stokes, isn't he? That is a Ben Stokes like shot.
Well, this won't take long.
No, will either be all out, or the runs will be over in next to no time.
Well, I think if they lose 2 wickets, there might be slightly more common sense played, but at the moment, and then he's gone for a very odd scoop shot.
It's like he played
wide, very wide of off stump.
He played one like that and got 4 for it in the last over, but he missed that one.
That looked very ugly. It was not sexy cricket. It was just pretty awful cricket. He got in an awful position to try and play that. He's only going to get a tiny little sliver of bat on it in any case. He could well have been caught.
Yeah, he probably only needed a sliver of bat, and it was going over the keeper's head for 4 though.
So Southey stays in his crease for a change. Duckett tries to flash the ball through the gully area off the back foot, but doesn't get hold of it.
So he shouldn't have stayed in his crease, should have charged.
No run. No, they probably not. Mog, welcome.
Oh, hang on.
But he is.
Radio.
He is a bit kind of hyper. He's sort of amped up at the crease. Duckett is all fidgety at the moment.
Had some red cordial lunch.
Southey, short. That's nicely played by Duckett. Is there a man on the boundary? There is, but I don't think he gets there in time.
He doesn't
That's
get anywhere,
another boundary.
anywhere near it.
That's the end of the 5th over, and England are 31 for 1, chasing 104.
Anyone would think they were in a T20 needing 200.
Andrew Cook says, from today's effort, I would say that Tim Southey's goal for the series, where he's actually written Tim Southey's jail for the series, is to increase the number of sixes he has to his name. Nothing about the team at all.
Well, yes, he's well down on the list now. He's something like number 6, where he used to be number 2.
Yeah, he's 3 off 100, I think. Oh,
time to get the lead out.
That's a shot.
And Dara Azizi says, "Are you watching Zach?" Taught how to do it.
First ball in the new over by Henry, and Bethel has just walked down the wicket and done exactly what Duckett has been doing at the other end, and smashed the ball sort of baseball style back past the bowler, past the despairing mid-on, mid-off fielders to the boundary. Round the wicket now by Henry, and that's short, and Bethel pulls out of trying to ramp it over the keeper. He's not attacking every ball, just the ones he thinks he can smash.
Unlike Duckett, who's attacking every ball now. He had a dodgy first over, Duckett. First
Duckett
2 or 3 balls. He
doesn't
couldn't get
defend
that
the ball
back
at
on
all,
it.
does he?
No. No.
There we go, Henry, and that's driven, but with no timing really, from a fairly static, leaden-footed stance.
Yes, as Fred
Just
said.
dribbles out into the covers.
As Fred said in the earlier over, Duckett probably beaten on the outside. Oh no, must have been beaten because he never doesn't play at the ball.
Henry over the wicket, and that's a nice classical shot by.
Bit of proper cricket. What's going on?
Yeah, and just dropped into the offside, and they trot through for an easy single.
Well, there's one for the purists. They can go back to smacking it everywhere now.
Yes, and just stop spitting their tea out over the previous 5 balls. And a significant change in the field has occurred because Duckett's now on strike. Everyone seems to be disappearing to the nether regions. As Henry comes in, that's shortish. Duckett tries to pull, doesn't get hold of it. Just as well, there's probably 3 people out there waiting for it.
There's about 5 people out there waiting for it, I think.
And sort of remonstrates with himself.
1, 2, 3, yeah, 5 on the leg side for the mistimed pull. No sign of any. There's no slips. I don't know where the rest of the field is. There's someone at deepish extra cover.
There's probably a deep third man waiting for the ramp.
Yeah.
I think there was someone down there.
Anyway, round the wicket, and just where's that gone?
Oh, it's a no.
It's a no ball, but it's. Have they taken a single? My feed is getting a little bit jumpy.
I don't know what sort of no ball that was.
Yeah, I think they took a single.
I suppose it was an over the line.
I think it was.
Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
I thought he was kind of indicating with his body that it was for height.
Yeah, well, it might have been high. I wasn't quite sure. I guessed. I'm not sure if we've got a too high.
Yes, they did take a
no
single
ball.
because Bethel is now on strike. Over the wicket. That's driven off, wide driven through point by Bethel. Runs to the other end. Nicks a strike. England are 39 for 1 after 6 overs.
And Bethel has equalled his highest score in Test cricket.
Set off the fireworks. Nothing on the YouTubes.
Nothing on the YouTubes.
Super chatters, like, subscribe, smash that like button.
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah.
Support us on Patreon. All of those lovely things you can do to help keep us going.
Cash.
Money, money, money. That's what we need.
In a rich man's world.
Yeah, indeed.
As we see lovely wide-angled pictures of the ground. This assault by England has also changed the bowling, and he can bring on Nathan Smith with his bustly, stinging bowling. And the first ball is just baseball batted back by Bethel. Lots of bees in that. Bludgeon to the boundary.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Well, not much footwork, but plenty of bottom hand.
Yeah, he's got a great eye.
And slightly shorter by Smith. And Bethel just says, "Oh, I'll just bunt that straight over the top of mid wicket." 3 bounces to the boundary. With second boundary in 2 balls. I'm just trying to do the calculation in my head now. I'm wondering whether or not this game is going to be over before I finish my commentary stint. The way they're batting.
Not,
going at
the speed they're going in the last few balls, not
10 and
impossible.
over
They're nearly halfway there already.
And that's
But not if they're
Middled
like that.
to gully by Bethel. He tries to run it down, but can't beat the gully. In fact, Bethel's almost doubled his previous test best.
Just in 2 shots.
Yeah.
And England almost on the verge of getting halfway to their target. Smith, and that is short, and Bethel's given that the beans again. Is there a man out there? No, that's gone to the boundary.
I'm running out
Gone
of.
for 6.
I'm running out of. No, it's 4. I think. Pretty sure it's 4.
It's 4.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
This is the Bethel that we had seen in the one-day series prior to this tour against the West Indies. No. Immense talent, immense power.
Jesus Christ.
Great.
And he's just walloped another ball, a much better ball by Smith, to be honest, to him, and he's just dismissed it back past the bowler for another boundary. That's 4 in the over.
That went like a tracer bullet.
God, I haven't heard that one for a long
He's
time.
aiming to get his 50 in 20 balls.
Dan Norcross special jingle.
It's the inimitable voice.
Yeah.
So what is Smith going to do now? Is he going to give him a bumper and hope that he can keep it inside the field of play? No, he goes for the slower ball from over the wicket, and Bethel just drops the bat on it, and gully fields. That's the end of the over. England now got their 55 and flying well on their way to the target.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody thought just because Crawley was out, England might be getting into a bit of trouble, think again.
Mr. Rowlight points out that it was a 50-run partnership with 29 balls, which won't take him long to get it done. Good. Richard Manford says, if Crawley gets dropped, who could take his place? And RZ says Darren Stevens.
Darren Stevens.
Well, he can always take anyone's place,
I love
even
Darren
at age
Stevens.
90. Methuselah. We've got Willow Rourke bowling now. They're going to give all their bowlers a run out in this attempt, and that's been flapped by Duckett, and he's put it straight down third man's throat.
Collapses on.
Yeah, afraid so. I think we're going to play this jingle for that.
Dude, it's your big chance. Don't blow it. You're probably going to blow it. You're gonna choke again. Nah, 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 nah. You're gonna choke again.
Should really play that for Crawley, but it's nice to have different jingles, isn't it?
Duckett's departed for a bright and breezy 27 off at 18 balls. Good change by New Zealand to bring on the tall, bouncy O'Rourke to get a bit of extra lift, and just not able to control the ball there.
Yeah,
I did wonder who was going to come in at number 4 in this shortened run chase, and it is England's premier batsman. I thought they might have brought in someone else like Brooke to seal the deal.
Who's the premier batsman? He'd be at number 3.
Yeah, he's on a pair, isn't he?
Well, maybe we'll see some slightly more calm, collected accumulation from Root, who's got a point to prove after his first innings, and that's just defended.
Yep, Root and Crawley, so far between
Not
them.
really.
One run.
Passengers.
Yeah.
Root did
I guess
run
doesn't
around a
matter
bit.
What other batsmen have they got on tour?
Ollie Robinson once he turns up tomorrow.
Right.
O'Rourke. That's short at snorter there really woke up Root, who flinches a little bit of that with his hands as he goes past the keeper.
Just pulled out in time.
Instinctive play there by Root.
He just didn't quite go for the ball in time.
Root does Root things. That's a fiddled down towards third man. Is there a man there? I don't think there is.
There's no third man.
Trotting after it. And Root gets off the mark. That's a trademark Greeble shot by Root. It's also used effectively by Kane Williamson in the New Zealand side. Root seems to have caught the Bazball bug, because he's just stood on the back foot and flayed that through the offside off the back foot.
Barely makes it to the rope though.
Lovely shot, that well in front of square. Not quite timed perfectly, but
the outfield is...
There's nobody there to chase it, really.
Yeah, the outfield is lush.
And Root now plays a short ball on his body to the leg side into wide, untenanted areas. That's another boundary.
It'll learn the IPL for not picking Root.
Sorry. Well, I've gone through nearly all the 4 jingles in about 10 minutes.
Well, all 3 carts.
Well, I've only got 2 on here at the moment, so I haven't gone through all of them, but I've done quite a number of them.
There's a good number to get through.
There are, yes.
There'll be a lot more 4s, I would think. They're not just going to start blocking it now.
No.
One would hope.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 40 minus 7 is 33. There are 33 slots with 4 in. I'm not actually sure all of them are really 4s. Set up on the machine today. I'm sure there are many others elsewhere. But
anyway, Smith to continue after his savaging in the first over. Bowled a short ball to Bethel, who bails out of hooking that because he couldn't keep it under control.
1 or 2 of them, I'm not really sure what the jingle is, because they've got weird names.
They've got 4 or 6 in there.
Well, they have weird names like 4 2023-07 JP Jeff. So we could try some of those and see what they are, I suppose, in a minute.
Just run through it and see how many pings you get on the copyright strikes.
Yeah.
Bear will love that.
And again, Bethel declines to have a go at that ball. It's another short ball by Smith. He's going to be given his 2 for the over now, so he's going to have to be careful about exactly how short he bowls from this point onwards.
Yeah, that's a bit dodgy, isn't it? When you're a fast bowler and you want to keep the bouncer to keep the batsman honest, and you first 2 balls you've used your 2 balls up. Not the most intelligent piece of bowling.
Smith looks like he's a Royal Marine.
He does.
He does a bit.
That's just worked by Bethel down to third man. Just beats Blundell.
Or a sergeant major in the infantry.
Yeah, some sort of martinet.
Mm-hmm.
Gives me the impression he was marching up Goose Green with his squad against the Argentinians back in the Falklands.
He wouldn't look out of place at all.
My
grandfather was a Marine, but not that sort of Marine. Back in the old days, they used to have 2 sorts of Marines. Marines that went yomping around. No, and Marines that just sat on ships firing guns. He was one of those.
Anyway, here comes Smith again. Short to Root, who dropped underneath it.
It's a nubber.
And he's given a no ball.
Oh, because he'd been told you can't bowl another one of those. And rather stupidly, what did he do? He bowled another one of those, which was not the most sensible thing to do, was it? It's not one of these, by the way.
Huh?
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
I can't find a no ball jingle that isn't that one.
Smith on his legs and Root swivels and pulls, but finds the man and only has to take a single as a result.
We need a jingle for that, don't we? Really, we need a jingle for the bowling a no
Too
ball.
high.
Too high no ball.
Too high no ball.
Yeah, or a hide, as I call it.
Let me just note that down.
Good man. Just a subtle hint that we might need a jingle for that.
It'll probably just me screaming, "It's too fucking high, you."
Well, that would work. And Bethel guides the ball down to the third man.
Although that is
There should be only one, and there is only one.
That is technically a version of it's too high, because it's too high because you've already bowled two that were high already, as opposed to it's just fully too high. And actually, it's not a the others are wise, but that's a no ball because he's already bowled two. There being a minor, and don't make any difference to the score, does it? But
that's complicating it quite a lot.
I know it is. It's just cricket is such a funny game.
Yeah, you can't really put all that into a 20-second jingle with the expletives.
No.
I could
Last
do it in
ball the
6
over. Root gets in a bit of a tangle, can't get the ball past square leg, and that's the end of the over. 9 overs are gone. England are 71 for 2. Well on the way to winning this match.
There's been two of those today, actually. The England skipper got done for one this morning. So it's very unusual. You don't normally see that at all, because most fast bowlers are not stupid enough to bowl an extra short ball, having been told you've already bowled two. But there seem to be a couple brainless bits of fast bowling today.
Messi says Bethel's proving he's good at T20, but not necessarily as a test number 3. My anchor was postulating the collapse is possible, but looking like it now.
Well, anything.
8 wickets for 30 runs. It's asking a lot.
Anything is possible.
Sri Lanka-like, as Mark Arnold points out.
Wow. Shot.
And O'Rourke bowls it on Bethel's hips. That's nicely turned, very fine down to fine leg, and the sprawling fine leg can't quite manage to stop the ball.
We're going for one of these jingles. I don't know what they are, so let's see what happens.
Fingers crossed.
I've heard that one before.
Oh, that's quite nice.
And is that out? The umpire doesn't think so. Bethel tried to pull the ball. Blundell has taken the ball behind the stumps. He's claimed the catch. Now they're going to have a go and think about this. I'm sure they're going to
surely
review
they're not going to
review it.
Why would they review it? I mean, they'll just miss
Three
their.
of the buggers.
They'll just miss their tea time if they waste. You know.
Apparently not. Looks like they have
They've not bothered.
declined. We're going to have a look at it in slow-mo and close-up. And that is
Off his arm guard.
It's off the arm guard, so that's probably a good decision. Not that it would have made any difference either way, to be fair.
Pad up some stats for the bowler.
That's good non-decision by the captain.
Yeah.
He pad up his review stats.
I was listening to someone expound earlier when I was doing one of the test matches before Trump got elected. I think we're going to have before and after Trump got elected in the future as a thing. And if your arm guard is connected to your gloves, then it becomes part of the glove. So that's why they have a gap between the arm guard and the glove. I didn't know that before.
This is why they're thinking, has it just grazed the glove before it's hit the arm guard?
Well,
it in
I'm pretty
quite
sure it hasn't, but they didn't review it anyway, did they?
It makes no difference now.
No. Oh no, they did review it.
Did they actually?
They must have done. Yeah, they must have reviewed it. Lost their review.
O'Rourke in again. Now this might be out. That's tried to pull that. That's gone very fine. It's plopped into the ground just before the man. A very fine leg.
How did he get it that
wanders
far?
round. And
literally,
only one is taken.
He literally went to long stop.
Well, there has
He only
stood
gets
for
to be
this.
there in under 10s.
Oh, it was. Oh no, that was the previous one. That was the non-catch.
O'Rourke using all his height here. Short and called imperiously by Root. That straight to the sort of man. I think it's Williamson who's about 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Root takes a single. He can move to 77 for 2. As ball rifle wanders away and then wanders back. Inscrutable behind his glasses.
Bethel's sensible here. Hang on a minute.
Round the wicket. Bethel declines to have another pull hook.
Yeah.
I'm sure he could have got to that anyway.
No. If Bethel's sensible here, he can get another 7 before in the process of winning. Make sure he doesn't get out, and he'll be averaging 50 in Test cricket.
How symmetrical.
How very Zoltzman of you, Ditch.
Well, I like to do a bit of Zoltzman now and again.
And Bethel's tried to have a go at a ball that's angled in and down to the fine leg again. Can't get hold of it. Blundell's taking the ball behind the stumps. That's the end of the over.
Yes,
Mr. Rolite says 88% of this total in boundaries so far, but that was before this over. So, there's some suggestions about
great
what
stat,
we
great
could use
stat.
for a jingle. Ben McCormick says Kajagoogoo too high, or that's called too shy.
Yeah.
The actual song, but we already used that for the Blue Sky jingle, so can't do that one. Ben Wilby says Afro Man because I got high. That's a possibility.
That's quite good.
Anna Forsyth says you could do a play on that's a Smith and Wesson and you've had your 6. And Will says it's why you shouldn't bat in long sleeves in terms of that not out one before.
Yeah, you could use that's your shotgun, and you've used both barrels.
Short and pulled by Root in the meantime. And with great control down to the 2 men on sort of fine leg and long leg. And I think he took 2 in the end as we watch a montage of a lot of slappage by left-handers.
Oh, yeah, you could show us the actual live cricket, but anyway.
No, we only took 1, and that's short, and so short it should be a no ball really.
No ball or a wide.
But it
surely.
wasn't. No. Down the leg side, no chance of getting any bat anywhere near that with a proper cricket shot.
So they have a sign up on the ground that says free range area. So
I hope they're collecting all those people's eggs.
Is that golf or is that chickens? I don't know.
I think it's Bethel again tries to pull the ball that's angled into him, and the fine leg can't stop the ball. Does his best. Is that Southey down there or O'Rourke? He disconsolately thrown the ball back. It is a long way down. It is a long way down for a very tall man, so we can't be too harsh to him. I don't think he expected to be in the firing line with all these short deliveries. Another short ball, another hit to the leg side. Ravindra gets in on the act finally. He hasn't bowled at all in this match. And Bethel gets a single. England now 83 for 2, with only 21 to win.
Oh, what's it? It's something. Don't run down the wicket. I don't know. What's the umpire
And
chatting to him about?
It could be that.
Asking if he's gone to see Wicked yet.
It's a bit. I mean, it doesn't really matter if he runs down the wicket now, does it? Because they're batting. It's their own
Poor thing.
fault.
No one else is going to bat again.
No, exactly.
Short by Smith again. Joe pulls with control down to the man at deep square leg and ambles a single. He's moved to 16 from 11 balls without really looking like he's doing anything other than just guiding it into holes. Whereas Bethel is 38 from 30 in this fairly muscular run chase.
I'm not sure if the bear's awake.
And that is the end of
no, it's not.
Oh no, it's not the end of the over. It's another wide.
It's another one of these.
So umpires, spread your wings and call wide.
And slower ball by Smith. Bethel reacts quite well, retimes his shot. He's sort of pulled it round to fine leg. Takes the single, takes the strike. Takes England to 86 for 2 off 11 overs. Only 18 to win now.
So, well, I think we should be having a bit of a swap over here. Maybe
we're up to George McPherson at 12:35, Messi.
Thank you very much, Mog.
Oh, you're on, Messi. I don't need to do you. I'm meant to be staying here. Bear's not here at the minute. I'm not sure if he's coming or not.
You can be Bear for a bit.
I'll be Bear for a bit then. Okay.
I'm sure you're related in some form.
Okay.
Anyhow.
Well, O'Rourke is in. He bowls first ball of the next over, and it's spanked down the ground. Not as hard as some of the shots that have been played in this innings so far, and they scamper through for a single. Bethel moves his test average onto 50. Root is 16 not out. England are 87 for 2. 17 to win. Oh, they've taken 11.1 overs to get to the 87. So going a bit below 8 and over, which is a bit paltry, really. I'd have thought.
And I've lost my bet because I said that they'd do it whilst I was on air.
Yeah. Well, you can stay on air.
You may still be, because it looks like Will's asleep.
Yeah.
He's not with us yet.
It's a bit of a change to plan here. The next ball is a bit leg sidey, swung at by Root. He misses, goes through the keeper. There is no run. 143 miles an hour. That's quite sharp. And so O'Rourke is trying hard, but there's. Oh, here he comes. He's coming now. He can take over now on the commentary as soon as he's sat down. Well, I'll do this next ball first, and it's been pulled very nicely by Joe Root all the way down towards the boundary for a very, very large one of these.
I guess you can go back to bed now, Jace.
Am I on?
I can, yeah.
No. Who
See you
said
later,
that?
guys.
Cool.
No,
See you later.
I'll stay. I'll lurk in the background until we've won the match.
Okay, fair enough. Right. So
It's meant to be Bear, Messers, and myself.
O'Rourke just works that around the corner, down the deep square leg, and there is a single. It's going to be. We're not going to be on for very long anyway, are we? Really, let's be honest.
No.
This has been an easy chase by England. 1 for 1. Maybe people thought, but no.
I think they've just treated it as if it was a T20, which is probably very sensible.
It is, I think. It's always sensible. And,
Bit of T20 practice.
Exactly that. Just get it out of the way. Don't even think about it. It's just dropped into the offside. They're going to think about 2, but they're not going to take it. 9 to win required. And it's been a good victory for England. Kind of needed it after Pakistan.
Some monstrous hitting by Bethel and Duckett. They were just creaming them all over the place. And some really nice, I mean, not just thrashing it, but some of them were really nice shots.
Yeah.
Some of them were fucking horrible shots.
Well, some were fucking horrible shots, but they were in amongst them. There were some really nice shots.
An attempted ramp by Root over the keeper, but he's not going to get it. Bethel needs 9 runs for 50 and there's 9 runs to win. He wants to basically take the next over, which he's going to get because that was the last ball of the over that Root tried to ramp, and try and finish it in this over and get himself a 50.
Okay, I'll get through a few messages then. George McPherson says England continuing to play dangerously. I love George. You always manage to find the downside. Jonathan Shawland says Teagle are a band of supermarket chicken in New Zealand. The free range on the sign is poultry, and Andrew Cook confirms it's chicken. That's the Teagle logo, which is one of our chicken brands. Ben McCormack says bit ponderous this from England, and Will Reynolds says, I just did a thumbs up at camera that was off. I worry for myself. Well, I've when we used to replay play during the lunch break, I have wanted to tweet in messages for a replay in the past. So don't feel too far out there. We'll be down.
Yeah, that's a bit like calling a wicket when they're doing a replay, isn't it, as well?
Yeah.
Well, known as doing a bishop.
Yeah, doing a bishop. Tone does that all the time.
I didn't realise it was known as doing a bishop, but I can imagine.
Yeah, Tony's got a particular aptitude for doing that.
Yes, he certainly has.
He's so desperate to call a wicket. Anything that looks like a wicket, he'll call.
Desperate not to miss. We shouldn't miss anything. Big game tomorrow. Liverpool City.
Oh yeah. Today, Bear.
Today, actually, yeah. My son's playing footy tomorrow as well.
Some big old scores in the Premiership today as well, aren't there?
Yeah, 5-2 to Arsenal 1.
I think I might have picked
all scored in the first half as well.
I think I got all the results today correct, although I didn't get the scores remotely correct. But
do you have a little dabble on it?
No, I don't. We do this prediction thing. Me and Charlotte's kids and her, and them. So there's about 11 of us, 12 of us do it. And last year I managed to get 10 out of 10 one week, and I worked out if I'd bloody put the bet on, I'd have won quite a lot of money.
Yeah, I was going to say, you should always just put £1 on those.
Yeah.
I always do long odds bets every once in a while.
Yeah.
Please see that I'm following on. Blue Sky's gone up by another 100 to 1,200.
Well, Bethel's pulled that, and maybe he is trying to finish this in 2 blows because he's pulled that sweetly over deep square leg. He's got 6. He's moved on to 47. England require 3 to win.
In the air, beyond the boundary. Smack it in the air.
That was a cracking shot, man.
Smacks him.
Climbed into that.
He did.
And no fear, smashed it into the crowd, way back into the stands. And he could get himself his maiden Test 50 here at the same time as winning the game, all in one shot. I'm sure we wouldn't.
Jason says, don't bash the bishop.
Don't bash the bishop.
But Mog says, Tony does it so much, there's jingles about it.
Yes. Well, here we go. Smith is in. Oh, it's short. And Bethel thinks about a pull, but then pulls out of it.
So that's got to
Through
be
the keeper, no run.
That's got to be at least 1 for the over.
Yep.
Might even be 2 for the over because he smashed the other one, which was probably very short.
Yeah.
There was a no ball in the previous over, Bear, because he'd done 2 and then
the old signal over the head, wasn't it? Yeah.
Mog's going to try and sort us out a jingle for that.
For a hide?
Yeah.
No, it's not a hide.
For a hide. Well, no, it's not quite a
flashed
hide.
At that outside off stump. It's going down towards third man. It should come back for 2. I'm sure Bethel will want the 2. That'll move him on to 49. 1 to win. So he's going to get it. Whichever way round, he's going to get himself a maiden 50 as long as he doesn't get out.
Well, Smith's going to bowl a wide, isn't it? So he doesn't get one.
Oh, that'd be an arsey thing to do.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Seen it done.
So,
yeah. True.
So while we're coming up to the end, it's probably worth reminding people that we're going to be back again on Thursday in Wellington.
Thursday night.
For the second test. Thursday night. Yeah.
English time. Friday,
So
Friday your way.
For those of us in the Antipodes. Yeah.
Yes. Well,
So
Smith
it's
is coming in.
Not long to go.
No, indeed. It's all turn around. He's pulled that into the leg side. Is it going to be 4? No, it's going to be 1. But that's going to be England's going to get the game. Bethel's going to get a maiden Test 50. Well done to him. Considering we only needed 101 to win, he's got half the runs. And England win by 8 wickets. All quite easy in the end. All set up, one feels, by the first innings. And weirdly enough, England stuck the Kiwis in. In that first innings, there was a point when New Zealand were 190 for 3 and looked like it had been a horrible mistake by England. They managed to roll them out for 320, get themselves 150 lead by getting nearly 500 on the board in the end. And that was enough.
He's going to be playing for England for a very long time, isn't
One
he?
thinks, doesn't he? He does look quite natural. I mean, it's
I
very
still
different
don't
batting
think
like
he's
that, though.
number 3.
Yeah, but possibly not.
Yeah.
Than a sticky.
He's a good T20 batter, but I don't think he's appropriate for number 3, to be honest.
Well, I don't know. I think you've got to give him time. He looks like he's got all the characteristics that he could
But he's
be.
played, and he's played a lot of long form cricket for England under 19s and co, under 21s, whatever they are that go abroad. He is very
most
good
of
at
the
T20.
under-19s is ODI type stuff, isn't it?
They don't. I think they have a bit of tests, don't they? I'm sure they'd have a
longer form.
Occasionally they do. Yeah. Not a lot of.
Have you played Lions cricket? You might have played Lions.
Lions.
cricket
That's what I meant. Lions. Yeah.
They certainly play tests. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I meant Lions. I didn't mean under.
Jason Hiscock nominates Bryden Cass as man of the match.
Well, it's between Cass and Brooke, isn't it, really? And Brooke got dropped about 7 times, so I guess you should give it to Cass.
Yeah. Well,
and it was hard to prize out wickets on this track, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, it was...
It was. New Zealand gave it away with their drop catches. They really did.
Exactly that, you know.
I think a tenfer's worth more than 100.
Yeah.
I tend
to say it, and I do think that just because there was so little in the wicket, you know. I mean, there was a bit in it with a new ball, to be fair, but not a huge amount.
When it was overcast, it was certainly tougher to play.
There was a bit in it when Crawley was batting as well.
Well, that was a new ball, wasn't it? I mean,
So, I just want some clarification. Fred mentioned earlier on that Stokes had to stop bowling halfway through and over. Do we know what was wrong with it?
No, we don't yet, to be honest.
No news.
Well, no news. But the weird thing was he stopped bowling halfway through and over, but then didn't go off the field and continued to field for the rest of the innings.
That's odd.
Yeah, very odd. No one knows.
I'll go through a few tweets if I can, or messages. Not that Jeff Thomas says, as always, many thanks to all gorillas, thank you. Mark Arnold says, Cast did a great job. Richard Bilgate says, it's not over till the fat children sings. David Smart says, thanks, gents, worth staying up for. And Richard Milgate says, oops, fat chicken sings. That makes more sense. Ben McCormick says, cheers for the commentary as always, fellas. George McPherson says, England were lucky they didn't lose any more wickets after Duckett fell. How many England batsmen got a maiden Test 50 on debut? We got a super chat from Mark Arnold. Thank you, Mark. He said it's 10 quid.
We better have the
Thanks,
jingle.
Gorillas. See you on Thursday night.
We'll have the jingle. Here we go.
YouTube bribe, super chat, no shipping unlike the bucket hat.
We've done brilliantly on Super Chats today. Thank you ever so much to all our listeners who've super chatted in and bolstered the funds.
Absolutely.
Matt Gray says, liking the look of this Cars fella, got a bit of mongrel about him in the Simon Jones mould.
Yeah, he has. He's impressed me, actually. He was very impressive in Pakistan on those flat tracks. It'd be nice to see him on a track that actually is helpful. But it is a skill to be able to take wickets on pretty flat tracks, and he seems to have a pretty good knack at it. So long may it continue is what I can say.
Yeah, I'm even going to be home before my normal bedtime, Bear. I don't know what's
there
going
you
on.
go. I know.
3 o'clock is my normal bedtime nowadays. And
I'm with you, Ditch. That's exactly the right time to be going to bed normally.
Yeah.
Although I'm a bit stuffed up when cricket starts early in the eastern states of Australia, and they start at 7 o'clock in the morning or something. So,
that's a bit annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, my normal sleeping, I don't need a huge amount of sleep. My normal pattern is go to bed, or sleep anyway, at 3 and get up about 9:30. Which works pretty well for me.
Exactly right, Ditch. That's the beauty of living by myself. I've got nobody to whinge about it.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, that sounds good. I can't stay in bed anymore. No matter what time I go to bed, I wake up about 7 o'clock in the morning.
Well,
which is
that
really
may have something to
irritating.
do with the fact that you got kids.
Well, maybe.
And a
wife, yeah, and they all go to work and go to school and shit, I suppose. But hey, right, that's about it, peeps. Line up that theme tune. It's time for us to go. We'll be back, as Messi said. We'll be back on Thursday evening at 10 to 10. So it's only another 5 days to wait.
Where
We'll
is
be back again.
Where is the theme tune, Bear?
In the folder that says theme tunes.
So it is.
It'll be number 1. Is the theme tune.
Are we ready to go?
We are ready to go. We'll see you all.
Thank you all very
in
much.
a few days' time. See you later.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take large, man the barricades.
control the cover bound. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara.